Hello friends, don't forget to subscribe to this channel TKD Health Tips. So today we are going to learn the Aura component of the Salesforce Lightning component, Lightning Web Components. So stay tuned. So as a part of, we are getting to the fun part of this course where we will create the game. So if you see here, we have like a kitchen is the back end, and we also have a ladder, which is the database, and the space where we sit and eat is called front end. So in this section, we are going to work our front end skills, and we're going to learn how Aura component development works. And while learning, we will develop this game, I called word shuffle, where you can start your game. Okay, so in these tiles, somewhere in this word is hidden, and you will need to find that word. So you can click on these tiles, and the words behind those tiles will appear, and either you will lose or you will win. So I just played this game, and I clearly see my score that I lost. So if I want to continue playing the same game, then you have to click on reshuffle button, which is going to reshuffle these tiles, and now you can click on these tiles again. Um, So I keep on doing so. So I won the game, and I can see my result as well. So you can start a new game with easy mode where you will see 3 by 3 tiles, or you can select hard mode, which you can see 6 by 6 tiles. So this is a fun project, and we'll learn about this Aura component framework while developing. So let's start the basic requirement. First, you need to go to the setup page, then you need to check for my domain, and you need to make sure the domain is enabled. So the minimum requirement is to develop the Lightning components, and your org doesn't have my domain enabled, then just enable it for your domain. In the next video, we're going to talk. So for that Aura component framework, you need to develop those tiles, and you need to hide some words behind those tiles, isn't it? So for that, uh, let's begin. All this is possible because of Aura component framework. And in this section, we will discuss everything about Aura component framework so that you get enough knowledge to work with Aura components and develop the UI for Salesforce applications. So let's start with the Aura component framework. It's a component based from framework developed by Salesforce back in 2014, and still it is evolving. This framework allows us to develop UI components that can deploy and use in our Salesforce org and outside Salesforce org as well. So it's hard. Let's see, you heard about React. The Aura component framework is similar to the React framework. It allows to develop the components that you can use within another components, or we can directly use them somewhere on the UI. Before Aura component framework, Visual Force pages were used to develop the Salesforce UI or the UI of Salesforce applications. But the basic idea behind developing such framework was to develop single page applications. Everything that you want to see in application will be visible on the same page. So you will never be redirected to other pages. Having single page applications improves the work productivity. So they are faster than multi-page applications where there are multiple navigations in between. And our component supports both Salesforce desktop and mobile both. Now let's talk about why do we need our component framework to develop our applications? Why at all there was a need to develop such a framework? This example will I give in all my sessions. So in this video, we'll see a 57-story building is developed within 19 days, and it was uh, fully functional on the 20th day. Now this was possible because of these engineers. They had these building components, and they all had to do was install these components on top of each other, and they used traditional approach to develop a building. Then it would not have been possible to. That's the same thing with Aura components as well. Uh, it allows to develop the applications faster, and once you develop a component, you can use it anywhere. So let's say if multiple applications require similar feature, then you develop this component. and once and use it anywhere in the Salesforce or in as many applications as you want. The maintenance of the code becomes easier because the change is required. You need to make it in that single component, and that change will reflect everywhere where this component is used. It also comes with great flexibility. This means you can use your components anywhere in the Salesforce, or you can use them inside your Lightning app builder pages. You can use them inside a Lightning tab. You can use a component in other component as well, or you can use them in a standalone Lightning applications. Now, not only that, we can use your components outside your Salesforce environment as well. That means you can host a Lightning component on your own server. And what it makes more exciting, the Aura component comes with out-of-the-box components. Right now, I guess there are 90 plus components that comes with Aura component framework. Give an example. Let's say you need to show a table on the UI. So out-of-the-box Lightning table component to build your data table, and that's it. It will be like a single line of code, and you will have your table ready. So I guess these are enough reasons to start with Aura component framework, and I'm sure you will be loving developing your Aura components. In the next video, we will develop our very first Aura component. Let's build our very first Aura component, and for that we are going to use our developer console. Let's click on the gear icon and open the developer console. We need to go to the file new, and we need to select the Lightning component. We can give our component any name. For now, I'm going to give it hello world. I hope there is no hello component in my org as of now, else I will get the error. Component already exists. Now here you see that some checkboxes. Checkboxes are here to make your Lightning component available for different Lightning context. For example, if you want to place your hello world Lightning component inside a Lightning tab, then you will check this checkbox. But if you want to place it inside a Lightning app builder page, then we will select this checkbox. Of course, you can have multiple selections as well. The third option allows us to put the Lightning component inside the Lightning record pages. The fourth one is for Lightning community pages, and the fifth one allows you to use your Lightning component inside a quick action. For now, we're going to go ahead and with the second option, but there is no harm in selecting the rest of these options. But click on submit, and we are just going to create a Lightning component for us. So you see there are two tabs here. The first tab is of no use, and you can close it, and the second tab is about the markup file. So here in this file, we need to write everything that we want to see on the UI. So in this line makes your Lightning component available to app builder pages, and it's here because we have selected that checkbox while creating the Lightning component. For now, I'm going to put a simple hello world text here. It will be very simple plain hello world text, and then I'm going to save my component. Once I do it, I will go back to Salesforce org, and on this same home page, I'm going to edit this page. And on the left hand side, I will see the Lightning components. First, I will see the standard components which comes out of the box in the Salesforce org, but we do not want to use the standard component here. We want to use a custom component. So we will use our hello world component right now. I can drag it and put it wherever I want. And I have put it on my main section, but you can also put it on the right hand side bar as well. So we can delete it as well. So just like simple drag and drop wherever you want your hello component, just drag it and drop it there. Now this hello world component is visible inside this Lightning app builder page because we are implementing this interface. If you do not have this line in your component, then you will not see this component listed here. Make sure that you use this line while you're developing the Hello World component. Although we will be discussing these interfaces in the detail later in the section. But for now, you know that to have this line, if you want to see your Lightning component inside the app builder page, there is no harm in having multiple components on the same page. You can have it, but for now, we will go with only one. Now let's save this, and might be seeing this type of model window on your screen, and here you will see a button called assign as org default, and you will need to click that button and click on save. For me it's already org default, so I will click on save and I will go back, and here you will see our hello world component. This is our very first Aura component, and you can call it Lightning component. In the next video, we are going to talk about the different files that are there in an Aura component. So once you create Aura component, on the right hand side, you will notice that there are 8 files. These make a one single Aura component. We have already seen that the component file, which we also call the markup file, where your UI markup will go like your HTML components or your out of the box Aura components. They will go in this file. Now there is a controller file, which is a JavaScript file that handles all the events generated from this markup file. For example, let's say you have a button, and on click of that button you want something to happen. So this will be your file here. You will handle all those events. Only your controller file can handle the events generated from the markup file. You cannot handle them in any other files that are present in an Aura component. Now the third file is the helper file, which is again a JavaScript file similar to controller, but a helper file is responsible for the reusable code. For example, let's say you have a function to sort the array, right? Now, this function can be reused by multiple other functions. So you will write the sort array function inside the helper, and then you can call it from your controller file as well, and from your helper file as well. The other example is to show a notification on the UI, and there can be multiple situations um, where you want to show this notification. So this particular piece of code will be reusable, and it's better to write that inside the helper file. So now the fourth file is the style file. This is a CSS file. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet, which is used to stylize the markup. Now, for example, you say you have a button in your markup file, but now you want to change the look and feel of that button. So you will use the CSS file to stylize your markup. The fifth file is the documentation file, and this file is used to generate the documentation for your component. Now the sixth file is the renderer file. This is a JavaScript file similar to the controller file and the helper file. This is used to handle the rendering mechanism of your component, like what piece of code should execute when your component is rendered, or what piece of code should execute when your component re-renders. This way, a very helpful file when our component was new, that in 2014 we back, but later we got some events, and you can handle this rendering mechanism with the controller file, within the controller file as well. Nowadays we don't use this renderer file as much as we used to do a few years back. The seventh file is the design file, and this file is very helpful when you want to give some flexibility to the admins to configure the Lightning components. Like here, I have this flow standard component, and once you add it to the app builder page, on the right hand side you get some options um, like what do you want to name your flow, and the layout option, right? So you can give a similar flexibility inside your custom component as well as using this design file. The last file is the SVG file. This is once you want to have custom icons in your component. So let's say you can have your own SVG to create some icons, and then you can use them inside your markup as well. So this is all about these files that make one single Aura component. So all of these files talk to each other, and they generate a single output. The most common files used are component file, controller file, helper file, and the style, CSS style. If you don't notice any change in the component here, then you can click on this page and open uh, the DevTools by clicking on the inspect menu here. And let's go to the application. Let's go to the clear storage. Make sure that you uncheck cookies section, and then here and simply click on clear site data. Now let's reload our page. We see that our new component is being displayed here where the title says hello world, and our footer hello world footers as well. Another way to clear the cache of your Lightning component or refresh your component is to switch on the debug mode. So for that you need to go to the setup and search for debug, and in the debug mode under Lightning components we will select your user and click on enable. Now once you do it, you will, if you refresh your page, you will notice two more buttons there. One would be in red color, another would be in the green color. This green color button will help you clear the cache. So once you do it, you can refresh your page and then you will see the latest code changes on the UI. Now I'm going to go to the developer console and then I'm going to remove these actions from here. I'm going to change my card body. I will say this is my first Aura component. Let's save our component and let's go back to our home page on by click on this green button here and clear our storage and refresh our page. Now we see that our action button has been removed and see our new card body. So now I'm going to back to my component library and I'm going to copy a button from here. If you click this button under this Aura section, you will see that out of the box Lightning component supports different types of button branding. For example, you can have a base button which does not have a border. It's a neutral branding. Then there is a brand branding which comes in blue color. We have a destructive branding as well which comes in red color, and there is a success branding as well which comes in green color. So now I'm going to copy any of these button, maybe like destructive button, and I'm going back to my developer console. I'm going to add a button here in my card body. I will simply enter a line and paste the code that I have copied from the component library. I will remove this on-click handler as we do not have any handler, so we do not have any JavaScript code yet, but we can leave the rest of the code as is and let's save it. Now you go back to our home page and clear the cache and reload the page. You'll see that now we have a button as well in our card body. So it's very simple to use. You can copy whatever you want from this component library. Use these out of the box components to create your own custom components. I believe at the moment there are like 90. Some of them are very advanced, like there's a data table component that we are going to use um, in our game as well, where we'll be displaying the results of our game. So if you want to build a table like this, simply need to use this line of code. So that's all in this video. Now we are next video we're going to start building our shuffle game, our word shuffle game. So this is the Salesforce org where I have already built this game, and now we are going to use this game as a reference to build this game again in our own Salesforce org. If you take a look at the screen, we see a component here which is called word shuffle. On the right hand side, we see another component which is called results, your results. In the first, we are going to focus on this component right here, and we are going to build the UI for it. But the first thing first, do this look familiar to you? It does, right? Because in the previous video we had a look at the card component, which is out of the box component of the Aura framework. But I am using this card component to build this UI right here. So we are going to open our VS Code and we are going to build this component. Inside the VS Code, come open the command panel by clicking on the setting icon here. And from here, I'm using Command Shift P in the Mac OS or Shift P in the Windows OS. Now here we need to search for create Aura component. Make sure you choose create Aura component or create Aura event because both of these are different. Now let's name our component as board panel. Let's hit enter, and then yes, let's see the default directory. As you see that VS Code creates a blank or a component for us. Now we will, along with this component file, which is our component file actually, and we'll also call it markup file. Now we also got 7 more files in this board or a component bundle. I'm going to close this panel here, and then I'm going to use my card component to build this UI. So I'm going to copy this code again and paste it here, saving it. Now one more thing, I want to auto format my code. I'll use like a prettier RC file. I'm going to add this file, add the description. Just paste this code in your SFDX project. Just make sure you have it pasted into the root directory. So I'm passing it directly inside my Apex dev sessions directory. And once you have this file, you will save your code and your code will be auto formatted. Let's say I change the formatting of my code and save it again, it will be auto formatted. Isn't it cool? So that's about it. Let's close this panel here. I need to change a few things. I want to have this look and feel. I need to change the title of my card. I do not have a footer section. I do not have an action bar, so I'm going to remove these things and change the title to word shuttle. And here is my title. I changed to word shuffle, and I'm going to remove the footer because I don't need it, and I also going to remove the actions. Now I'm going to remove this body, and that should be it. Now I can save my component and deploy it to our Salesforce org. To deploy this component, all we need to do is click on the file and click deploy this source to org. Now let's edit our home page. I'm under the custom component section. I see the board panel component here. We do not. That is because we haven't made our component available for Lightning app builder pages. So copy paste. You need to copy paste this interface. In our Hello World component, we had implemented this interface. We need to copy it and paste it in our board panel component and click on save. Implements flexi page available for all page types. Then redeploy this. We should be able to see it in our app builder page as well. Refresh the component and you will see the board panel component right here. Now I'm going to drag and drop it inside the main section and remove all other components. From this page, because we are going to use this home page for our word shuffle game, now let's click on save. And if it asks for activation, activate this page for all the users in your org. Let's go back. You will see our word shuffle component right here. Now along with this card, we also need this combo box, this button here and another button right. Now you can figure out a way to display these components here in our Salesforce org as well. I will give you a small hint. Just go back to the component library and search for the combo box here. You will see that there is an out of the box combo box component comes with our framework, and you can simply copy paste this code, and here you will see this component like this. You will also see there are some out of the box button components, well, which we have already looked in our previous video, but you can copy code of this button and paste it inside the board panel component. We are going to do that in our coming videos as well. So that's all for this video. Attributes, aura attributes. What in aura attributes can have aura components can have attributes, and these attributes make the component more reusable. And they are mostly used to store the client side data. And by client side, I mean the browser. We can say that an aura attribute is somewhat similar to the variable in an Apex class. You can store some values in these variables and you can access them wherever you want, and you can change the value of these variables, and based on that you can run your own applications. The attributes are very helpful because when we talk about the front end, what we mean is the user interaction. And when the user interacts with your website or with your web application, he needs to supply some data, and he needs to get some data back from your UI as well. So in those cases, your attributes will be the best place to store the user data or supply it back to the user. Now, similar to Apex class variables, Aura attributes also have some syntax. So this syntax that you need to use in order to create an attribute inside your Aura component. You need to use a component called Aura colon attribute, and then it has some attributes. For example, you need to give your attribute a name using the name attribute here. I know uh, I'm saying attribute a lot, but this is what it is. To create an attribute, you need to use attributes. So in order to create an Aura attribute, you need to define the name of the attribute, the type of the attribute, which is very much similar to the data type of a variable. For example, if you want to store the string, if you want to store this number, it may or maybe a list, set, or a map determines. Then you will define it here. Then the access, which is again very similar to the variables. Here the access can be private, public, or global. By default, this access is public, but if you want, you can change it to private or global. Now, if your attribute has the public access, then any component inside your Salesforce org can access this attribute. If it is private, then only the component in which this attribute is defined will have access to this attribute. Now, if it is global, then this can be accessed outside your Salesforce org as well. That means if you have managed package installed in your Salesforce org, they can also access this attribute. Just remember the default access is public. Now you can also define a default value using the default attribute, and there is one more attribute called required, which determines if your attribute is required or not. If you mark it true, then we will not be able to save your component, or you will not be able to access your component without supplying the value in this attribute. Now, out of these five different properties in an attribute, the name and type properties are the mandatory ones. The access, default, and required are the optional ones. So, if you want to create an attribute, at least you need to give it a name and need to give it a type. Now, let's look at all the different types of data that we can store in an attribute. You can have a Boolean attribute, which means the type can be type equals of Boolean. Can have a date, date time, decimal, double, integer, long, or string attribute as well. So this means you can store all these types of values. Apart from this, you can have an attribute to store a JavaScript function as well. And the type of this attribute will be function. And also you can store your JSON objects or any type of object in attributes using the object data type. You can also use your standard or custom objects as type as well. In this case, you will simply pass your standard or custom objects name as the attribute type. Now, not only that, you can also store the list, map, or set in an or attribute. This is very similar to the variables in your Apex class because we have seen these things before as well. We have seen these things when we are talking about the variables in Apex class. Just relate your attributes to the Apex class variables, and this will make it easier to understand. Now we are going back to our VS Code and we are going to make some changes in our board panel Lightning component. So here we need to create a combo box with these three values called easy, medium, and hard. And we need to create two buttons as well. I'm going to copy this code from the Aura component library. I need a button with blue background, so I think I need this third button. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to back to my VS Code and I'm going to paste it inside my lightning card. So make sure that you paste it inside the lightning card, not outside it. I'm going to remove this on click handler and let's change the label to what is the label? Start new game. We are going to use a variant as brand only. So it's only about the variant which changes the look and feel of your button. So if you change the variant to success, then you will see the green background. If you change it to destructive, then you will see the red background. Now along with this button, we need one more button which is called reshuffle. For now you cannot see it, but you will be able to see it when we start the playing game like this. So we need one more button, and this time we need neutral variant. I'm going to copy the second button from here, and I'm going to paste it again just beside my previous button. Now if you notice, we do not have a variant attribute here, and that's because the default variant of lightning button is neutral only. It doesn't matter if you define neutral here or not, because the default value is neutral. And if you are wondering how do I know it, you need to go to the specification tab here, and let's check um, the variant attribute, which should be right here. So you will see that this value defaults to neutral. It doesn't matter if you copy paste this code here and change it to neutral. So it will do the same thing. If you remove it, it will still be neutral. And along with these two buttons, we also need a combo box. Right. Now I'm going to search combo box here, and I'm going to copy that code. Now I'll paste just beside our lightning button. Let's remove the on change handler, and let's remove these options as well. Let's change the placeholder to select game mode. Let's give it a label as maybe game mode, and that should be it. Maybe change the name as well. Now this label will be displayed on the top of the combo box. This value here is the selected value inside the combo box, and this placeholder is something that displays when there is no value selected inside this combo box. So that should be it. We have already have our board panel component, and all we need to do is now deploy this Aura component to our Salesforce org. We see our combo box, and we also see two of our buttons, but the look and feel is not how we want it, because we want our buttons and the combo box in the same line, and they should be centrally aligned instead of taking all the space here. So we are going to work on that in our next video. Right. So how these values are coming? These values are coming from the aura attribute, which is of type list. So here we have a list of different values which we are passing inside this combo box. So we are going to use a similar pattern. I'm going to copy this aura attribute, and I'm going to paste it here. First we need to give our aura attribute a name. So I'm going to name it as modes. We are going to leave the type as list only, and then here we are going to change. This is the default value of this attribute. If you do not change this value, then the framework will pick up the values from this default attribute. So first we are going to change the label to easy. Let's change the value to easy as well. Then we are going to have medium and hard as well. So I think this should be enough. Do you think now we will be able to see these values inside our combo box? I think yes. Let's try it out first. Let's deploy this to our Salesforce org, and we will see if we can see these values inside our combo box or not. Even though we have an aura attribute, we still do not see our values. What could be the reason? The reason is we are not passing these values to our combo box, and to pass these values to our combo box, we need to use the options attribute inside the combo box, which is going to pick the options from the attribute we are going to define here. So let's add that. We're going to add that in the next line. Now if you want to supply some values to this options attribute, first of all you need to use the double quotes, and now within these double quotes you need to start your curly braces. That is the syntax, and after that we need to use an exclamatory mark, and then we dot the name of the attribute. And now what is v? V is called the value provider, which supplies the value of the attribute to this particular. Now combo box has three values like easy, medium, hard. Let's save our code and deploy it to our source org. Let's clear the cache, reload the page. Now here if you click on this combo box, now you'll see that all our values are listed, and we can change any of these values. This is how we are going to use an aura attribute and access it within the markup using the value provider. Just remember the syntax that you need to have double quotes, then the curly braces, and then the exclamatory mark, and then the value provider, which is v, then dot, and then your attribute name. We can play more with our attributes inside our hello world component as well. So in our hello world component, we have too much of plain text. So we are going to simplify it, and we are going to use our aura attributes. And instead of using this text here, we are going to access the values of the aura attributes. So we are going to create it just after our aura component tag, because attribute should be direct child of the aura component tag. So it will be like the aura contribute. It will be like aura attribute. Then remember, name is compulsory, so you would need to give a name. So let's name it as maybe, um, and then also you need to give the type. The type would be string, and give the default value, which should be hello world. If you want to access the value of this greeting attribute, we need to follow the similar syntax. You need to remove this hello world from here and use curly braces, then your exclamation mark, then the value provider, which is v, dot attribute name, which is greeting. And then we can give the same label to our button as well. So this means we can use attribute multiple times. So I'm going to copy it. From here I'm going to paste it here. Let's paste it inside the body as well. So we'll see hello world everywhere. Let's save this code and refresh our page. Just focus on the hello world component on the right hand side, and all these hello attributes come from our attribute. If you want to have more attributes, you can totally do that. For example, let's have a number or attribute. The type should be integer, or if you want to store double or long, you can do that as well. Let's give it a default as 11, and we can access it right here. I'm going to access the value of my number test attribute using my value provider v.number_test. Now you might be wondering why I'm not having double quotes here. The reason is if you want to access the attribute value inside these properties or attributes, then you need to use the double quotes. But if you're using them inside the plain markup, that means if they're not within the attributes, you do not need to use double quotes, but the value provided dot and the attribute name. Let's have one more attribute, and this time we're going to have a boolean attribute. As we know, Aura framework is a case sensitive, so you need to take care of the letters that you are typing, because this number test is not the same. And the number test here, because T is capital in the first one. In the second one it's small, so you need to make sure that you're taking care of these cases. Most of the issues that you're going to have in your component related to the spelling. mistakes that you will be doing. So make sure that you check it carefully. Let's name this attribute as Boolean test. The type equals to Boolean and default value should be equal to false, and we are going to access this value as well using our value provider. And let's save this code. I think got my first query issue which says no component named markup or attribute found. So here I have made a mistake. Instead of using attribute, I have typed or attribute, which is completely wrong. Let's correct it. Let's save our code one more time. Go back to our home page and refresh it. We see hello world, then number, which is 11, then our boolean variable, which is false. This is how you can declare the variables inside your Aura component. This is how you can access them inside your markup. So that's all in this video. Uh, Now we have our component box up and running. We can see our combo box and two of the buttons there. But these uh, uh, like these buttons and combo box, they are not arranged properly. You see, so we want them horizontally, centrally aligned, and they should be in the same line. So for that, we need to learn about the layouts. So the Aura framework, like any other modern framework, supports the 12 grid layout. So the framework divides your horizontal screen into 12 different grids. Now, it doesn't matter if you're viewing this web page in desktop browser or in a mobile browser, the complete horizontal space will be divided into 12 grids. Now it's up to you. Now, how do you want to fill up these grids? If you want to have these three different sections horizontally and maybe two of them are equal in size and one is a bigger than the other one, then you can use something like this. You can have the last first grid as size, and second grid as size 6, and third grid as size 3. So if you sum up these numbers, they will add up to 12. So that's the whole point. It's up to you. How do you divide these 12 grids? So the only thing is you cannot use decimals here. You cannot have one grid as 1.5 and another as 10.5. It should be a whole number. So we are going to run Lightning design system where we will see more examples of Lightning layout before actually implementing in our board panel component. So I'm going to go to Google, and here I am going to search for Lightning design system. This is the associate bookmark. You'll get an idea of Salesforce Lightning design system, which is the base CSS framework and behind Salesforce Lightning. So if you have heard about Bootstrap 4, which is also a CSS framework, it's very similar to that. Salesforce has these SLDS classes, which they call Lightning Design System. So once you search the Lightning Design System on Google, just go to the very first link, which is lightningdesignsystem.com, and here you will find the best practices to implement your UI elements. So here, if you go to utilities, uh, and click on grid, you will find the complete information about the layout structure of SLDS. Uh, so you will scroll down a bit more, you will see all the possible layouts that we can build with SLDS layout structure. So you can see there are countless possibilities of building your UIs using this 12 grids system. So now I'm going to go to the component library, and here I'm going to search for layout, and you will see two different components from Aura framework. The first one is layout, which is the base component, and second one is layout item. So if you want to build these grids, then you need to use layout item, but they should be nested within the lightning layout. So here, if you take a look at the parent component is lightning layout, and that means the lightning layout comes first. Then let me zoom a bit, and then we'll have a lightning layout item, which is nested within the lightning layout. Then you click on the lightning layout item component, and you will see more examples of how we can divide your screen into different layout items. Like in this first example, we are not defining any size of these layout items. That means the width of this layout will be flexible based on the contents they are having. But we want to have the size attribute, then you can have that as well. In this example, which I guess the fourth one, they are having three different columns with size as. Uh, this is how we define the sizes here, and there are more layout items will come in the next line. The Aura framework supports the mobile first approach. So this means they allow you to control the width of each and every grid based on the screen width. For example, on the desktop browser, uh, we can have three columns, and you are seeing the same screen in a mobile browser, and you may want to have only one column in each row. So in that case, you can mention device specific size as well. So let's open an example, and you will mention the specific device example. For example, how much width should this layout item cover if this being viewed in a mobile size device. So we are giving it 6. If it is iPad or any tab, then we are giving it 4. And if it is a desktop browser, then we are giving it 3. So in that case, if I change my view to maybe mobile one, I will go to my dev tools and I click on mobile, and you will see that all these columns are taking the complete space and they are all coming in new rows. But if I change to maybe an iPad, so I'm seeing three columns in a row. So this is all possible because of the device specific sizes that we are giving. So I hope you understand the point. You need to use a lot of Lightning layout and Lightning layout items to actually construct your web page. Now we have a job to do. We have to fix our word shuffle component here. We need to bring all these components in one single line. So our combo box and two buttons should be in the single line. For that, we need to make some changes to our code. I'm going back to VS Code now. Here, the first thing I'm going to do is having a lightning layout. This is the lightning component, layout component here. I'm having an attribute called multiple rows equal to true. What this attribute does is if the layout item size is more than the allowed space, which is like more than 12, then the next items will come in the new row. So we can have this, but for this example, we do not need multiple rows. If you leave it as is, then also won't be a problem. Now I'm going to have a lightning layout item within this. For now, I'm going to give a size as maybe 6, and there is some padding that I want uh, to give around it. Now I'm going to copy my combo box from here and I'm going to paste it within this layout item. Now I made a small mistake. This lightning card should be at the top. The lightning card should be the base component, so this should be on the top, and this layout should be within the lightning card. So if I show this to you now, first we have to change the lightning. We have the lightning card. Within this lightning card, the lightning layout is having a layout with item with size 6. And then I'm going to have one more layout item. If you are wondering how I'm getting this code completion, then I have a file called my own user preference, which you can set from here. So it's called user snippets, and here I have defined this code completion blocks. I'm going to upload this file on my GitHub, so you will see a link on the screen. So you can download this file and just go to user snippets, and you can create a new global snippet file, and you can paste the content of this file there. Or you can paste file directly into the root directory of VS Code, whichever suits you. Then you will get this code completion feature. Now if you are having another layout item within this, I'm going to paste my lightning button. Let's cut it from here and paste it within the lightning layout item. Let's have one more layout item, and this one will have my second layout lightning button. So that should be it. Where we just need to change the size. So maybe I'll give this one a size as 3 and third one as size 3 as well. If you notice the total size is 12, no 6 plus 3 plus 3. That means we are occupying the complete space. Now I deploy this component and refresh my page. You will see that they are all coming in the same line. However, they are not still not vertically in the same line. The reason is this combo box is having a label. First of all, we need to hide the label, and how we can do that is let's go to our component library and search for the combo box again. Let's go to the specification of the combo box and we are going to check out the variants that we have. So we have a variant called label hidden which hides the label of the combo box. I'm going to have one more attribute here called variant, and this should be equal label hidden. Make sure that you copy paste it so that you don't make any spelling mistake. As I said, Aura framework is case sensitive and very particular about the spelling mistakes that you can do. So your component will not render the way you want if you are making the spelling mistake, and this will be very hard to debug as well. If you do not want to waste your time debugging your component, make sure you copy paste most of the things. Now I'm going to deploy my code again. I will see that components are in the same line, but it's still not what I wanted. So what we something is where we are centrally aligned. We want is something like which are centrally aligned. So how we can do that is I will remove the size that they were defining here because I want to auto size my component or my layout item based on the content it is having. I'm going to remove the size, and this framework itself will make a call for size given to this particular layout item. I'm going to remove this size from everywhere. And then the second thing what that we need to do is centrally align all our components within the Lightning layout. So let's go back to our Lightning component library and search for layout one more item. If you go to specs, it should be the best places to know about all attributes. There's something called as horizontal length. So options like center, we are going to use this attribute and we are going to centrally align all our layout items. So it's very simple to use. I will just give a space like in the lightning layout component. I will use the horizontal align attribute and the value should be center. Let's save it and deploy it one more time. And if you refresh that, we should be able to see what we want. So all our components are centrally aligned and they are vertically in the same line as well. This is exactly what we wanted. I suggest you guys to practice more in Hello World, or you can create your own. Uh, Now this is the only way to understand the Aura framework or technology if you want to learn. So we have been focusing on the makeup of the component. That means we were only building the UI of our component, but now we need to focus on running our logic on the browser. So what I mean is, let's say if I click on this button, something to happen should happen, right? So this would be my custom logic that I want to write. As we discussed in the previous video, we have few JavaScripts inside a component, uh, and we need to so we have a controller file and we have a helper file and we have a renderer file as well. So we are going to use those JavaScript files to write our logic, and this is not complex. So what we need to do is we simply need to have an event behind this button, so it will be fired as soon as we click on it. So we need to handle need to write to we need to handle and have a logic for that event inside our JS file. So just have a look at all different types of events that an HTML element can fire. You can search for JavaScript events here on Google. So you go to JavaScript events from W3 schools. You'll see that can find from what are the events which we have for an from an HTML event. Some of them are on change, on click, where we are going to use in this video. There are some other mouse events like mouse over, mouse out. So when you take a mouse over component, then this event is fired. The on click is fired. When you click on a component, the on change is fired. When you change the value of a component, and so there are so many different types of events, the events that can get fired from an HTML element. The best way to learn about is actually write the code. So let's go back to VS Code, and we have our button here called Start New, and we're going to define an on-click event here. And mm, for that, we need to write the on-click here, which is the event name. Then we need to use our equals symbol, and we need to follow a particular syntax now. And remember the syntax of accessing the attribute value, which is like having double quotes, and followed by if you're defining an HTML within an attribute, and then exclamatory mark, which is basically V, and then dot. So for event handlers, this will be pretty similar. Only thing is we simply need to change this V to C. So it will be like we need to have our curly braces, exclamatory mark, C dot, the method name that we want to access. Here C represents the controller file. Let's say on click this button, I want to call my JavaScript method with the name start game. So I can simply use the c.start game. Now this JavaScript method we need to define. Let's open the controller file. Now we need to have a method with this name. So I'm going to remove this action, and I'm going to use a start game here. So when you click on this button, this start game method will be called. And here let's write a simple debug statement. In order to write the debug statement, you need to use the console dot log, and here we are. We are going to write start new game when the button is clicked, and that's it. Now let's deploy our component. Let's click on the start new game. So nothing is happening, right? So we do not see our debug log as well. So you will see you need to go to Open DevTools, right click on the browser and click on Inspect. I'm going to see the console. There are some debug logs that are getting printed. I'm going to clear it one more time and then click on again the start new game. This is how this JavaScript method is called, and your markup file using the event handlers. So now what I want to do is as soon as I click the start game, I want to capture the value of this combo box. So I want to know which of the game mode is selected here. We're going to learn about in the next video. For now, let's create one more on-click handler for the reshuffle button as well. Inside of a reshuffle button, let's have an on-click handler. Let's name it as reshuffle board. And we save it. Now we need to create one more method in our controller file. One more method we need here. We need to give a comma first and then the method name, and then you can copy the rest of the thing like above. Copy exact same syntax. And these functions are very similar to the function that we have seen in our Apex classes. These three things we are seeing here are the function variables the Oracle framework supplies. These three variables are by default. We can use these variables to access some of your component properties. We are going to talk about more about later part of our course. And but for now, let's use here our reshuffle board method. And I'm going to change the content to reshuffle board is called. That's it. We can deploy our component one more time, And okay, so now we want to need to capture the value of this combo box on click of the button because we actually want to know when we are starting a new game in which mode we started. So let's go back to VS Code and show how to access the value of this combo box inside the on-click handler when we do the start new game button. First of all, we need to make changes to the combo box unique ID. We need to give our combo box unique ID so that we identify it from the rest of the markup, and then we can access its value. So let's give a unique ID to it. You need to use Aura ID attribute, and let's give it a unique ID as maybe game mode. So this Aura ID will be a unique ID to the component, and we can use it any of the elements in the markup. Example, if you want to give a unique ID to your button as well, you can have an Aura ID attribute here as well, and you can call it start new game button. And similarly, you can use it whenever you want it, you want click. So need to go back to my JS file, and so we need to give add the start game method here as well, and need to access this value of our ID. So we need to use the find button which comes from this component variable, and now this variable represents the markup of our component. So if you need to access any of the elements from this markup, you need to access it through this component variable. So you can call it the instance of your markup. So if you want to use this combo box, you need to use component dot find. Yes. In this find method, you need to pass the Aura ID. Our Aura ID is the game mode. So we have got the combo box component now, so I can store it inside a variable. So the variables in the JavaScript are similar to the Apex. The only difference is you do not need to use a data type of the variable. Like you don't need to declare string or integer or list, set or map. You simply need to use a keyword called where. On you can also use two more keywords like let or const. So in this course we are not going to learn JavaScript in detail as this is out of scope for Aura component, but I'm just giving you some idea about different keywords then that can be used. So the first one is where, the second one is let, and the third one is const. So all these three keywords are used to define a variable inside a JavaScript. So uh, now let's talk about it. We are not going to use it anywhere in our course. Um, so I'm going to remove it. Let's talk about let and const. Here let is a variable that you can change later on as well. So if you declare a variable with let keyword, then you can change it the variable value anytime in your code. But if you use a const keyword, as the name suggests, it means you are creating the constant variable. So this constant keyword is similar to the final keyword of our Apex classes. So the only difference between let and const, if you're confused between let and const, then go for let. Most of the time we are going to use let in our programs. So we are going to declare a variable with let keyword, and I'm going to name it game mode combo box. Um, Let me remove these two lines. What I've done is here is I found the combo box uniquely using this or ID and this find method. Uh, Now in this combo game mode combo box variable, this holds this lightning combo box on it. Let's add a comment here. Access combo box. The next thing we need to do is access the value of this combo box. It will be like now here to access the value of this combo box, as we discussed earlier, that we need to first of all get the combo box variable. Then you need to get use a method called get. Now you need to use the attribute name. The attribute that we want to access is the value attribute of this combo box, which is simply need to pass the variable name. But remember, we are inside the Aura framework, so you need to use the v as the value provider. Whenever we are talking about attributes, we will be it will be like v dot value. That is going to give us a selected value of the combo box. So you can store it inside the another variable. Let's call it selected value, and then we can print the selected value inside our console log as well. So it will be like the start new game button is clicked. The game mode is, let's add our selected value variable. This is somewhat similar to how we used work in Apex. The only thing is the syntax is a bit different. We can also show a browser alert as well as using this alert method. We can pass the same text there. Let's deploy our code. Now you'll see that whenever you click on the start new, we'll see the value of the combo box being displayed as well. So if you click on the start, we'll see this alert box and it says the start new game button. So the game mode is in progress. From where are we getting this value? You should go your markup, and the value of this value attribute is in the progress. So we haven't changed the game code. If you change something to else, then we'll see a different value. So if it is medium, then we'll change it to hard. Then we see hard here. So the same thing should be printed inside our console log as well. This is how you can access a component uniquely using the Aura ID and find method. In the next video, we will go talk about how we can access these attributes inside our JS file, and how we can attribute these attribute values into. So far, we have made some nice progress, and we have learned a lot about access about Aura ID. So now we are going to learn about the access attributes in Java in this framework. And so for that, we know how we can capture a component uniquely and get its value. Now we know how to define the JavaScript handlers behind the components as well. Now the job is to get the attribute value inside our JavaScript file. So for example, if I want to know the value of this mode's attribute, how we can know it and how we can set a value dynamically inside this attribute. So the challenge is, as soon as I click on this start new button, I want to display the value of the selected mode on the UI here. So I'm going to have a simple text here. It will be like selected mode is. I want to print my mode here. So how I can do that? What are the options I have? So the one option that I have is to store this selected value inside another attribute, and then possibly I can display that value here. For example, let's have one more or attribute. We can name it selected game mode, or we can also name it selected mode. The type of this attribute is a string, because the mode we have is a string value, and then we can print the value of the selected mode here. And to print it, we already know the syntax. We need to use a curly braces. We need to use the exclamatory mark, and then our value provider dot the attribute name. But will it work? Are we setting this value anywhere? We are not. We need to set the value inside the selected mode, and only place we can do is inside our start game method, because here in this method we are getting the value of this combo box, and this is the only place where we can set this selected mode value as well. And how we can do that? For that, we need to use different method use called set. Again, since we are dealing with the markup file, we need to use the set method using the component variable. As soon as we get the selected value, I need to do one more task, which is update the selected mode attribute, isn't it? So let me type it. To update it, we need to use our component variable, which is our component instance. Then we need to use the set method. And here we need to define the attribute name which we want to set. And the attribute name is selected, but don't forget the value provider you always need to use. where v dot attribute name, then you need to give a comma, and then the value that you want to set. The value that you want to set is this selected value. Now let's do it. Let's add our semicolon and save our component and deploy this. When you load this component for the first time, it says the selected mode and it is blank. Now the reason is our selected mode attribute doesn't have a default value. So when this component is rendered for the very first time, we do not have any value here. But when you make a selection inside this combo box and click on the start new game, you will see that the value is updated here. This is how you can set the attribute value inside the JavaScript file. Here you will notice as soon as we change this attribute's value inside our JavaScript file, our markup file auto picks the new value and show it on the UI. So this is called two-way binding, two-way data binding. When you change the value inside JavaScript, it will also auto reflect the value inside the markup file. In the next video, we are going to look at the another type of expression to print an attribute's value. So before that, I forgot one thing. Let me show you guys how to set a value inside an attribute. But how we can get the value of an attribute? Now for that, we simply need to use a get method instead of the set method. Let's give an example for that as well. Let's remove this alert. We don't need now. I'm going to print the value of the selected mode attribute. So it will be like component dot get. And then the dot value attribute and dot attribute name, which is the selected mode. So we can store the output of this inside any JavaScript variable, or we can directly print it inside the console log as well. So you can call it like selected mode attribute value. So that's it. Now deploy our code, and we'll see in another console which is going to fetch the selected mode value. Although the value will remain the same as we are setting the same value and getting the same value again. Let's open our DevTools, go to console, clear everything, and then start new game. So we see another console log which prints the attribute value. We are getting this value using uh, the get method inside our JavaScript file. Now always remember, we want to set the value inside an attribute, then you use component.set. If you want to get the value, then use the component dot. There are two ways to access an attribute's value inside our markup file. The first way is using a bound expression, and another way is using an unbound expression. The bound expression we have already seen, isn't it? So what it does, it creates a two-way binding. So this means if your attribute value changes inside the HTML file, it will travel to your JS file automatically, and you need not to write any specific code for it. And if this value is changing inside JS file, then it will travel back to your HTML file as well without writing any specific code or any specific handler. Now, if you use unbound expression, then it's a bit different. It only creates a one-way data binding. Okay, this means if you are making a change in an attribute's value inside the HTML file, then it will travel to your JS file automatically. But if you make the change in the JS file, then it will not travel back to your HTML file. So it doesn't create a two-way binding, and your JS file changes will not reflect to your markup file. So we have already seen how we can use a bound expression. For that, we need to use curly braces. Then we need to use exclamatory symbol and then the value provider. But in case of unbound expression, instead of this exclamatory symbol, you need to use pound. That's the difference there. The exclamatory symbol and the pound symbol. Now I will show you the clear difference between these two expressions. So let's go to our VS Code and make some changes to our panel component. I have one more line, maybe I'll wrap it up inside a paragraph tag. So if you are new to the HTML thing, then I'll highly recommend you learn some HTML and the basic JavaScript in order to get the complete understanding of the section of this course. Now I'm going to copy this line and paste it again, but this time I'm using an unbound expression. So, and I think I haven't shown you how to write commands inside the markup file to write the comment inside a markup file. We need to use our angle brackets, then an exclamatory symbol, then double dash, and we need to close our comment using double dash and this angle bracket again. And you can write your comment in between. So here I will write an unbound expression. Now let's add one more comment. This should be unbound one, and the first one should be the bound expression. So let's save this code, and now you will see the difference. I'm going to deploy this. Let's clear the cache, open our DevTools, reload the page. Now this time we are seeing this line twice because we have pasted this twice inside our markup file. Okay. The first one should show the value using the bound expression and the second one should show using the unbound expression. So let's change our game code and let's start a new game. So as soon as you click on start new game, you will see that our bound expression is showing the latest value from this combo box, but our unbound expression does not show any value. So the reason is it creates one-way data binding. So the changes that you are making inside your JavaScript file, they do not travel back to the markup file. So we need to use this unbound expression in only those situations where you already have this attribute data and you do not expect it to change. Generally, this is used inside the loops where you already have this attribute value. But again, if you are not sure which one you should use, then go for bound expression. That's all in this video. Now we have our board panel component ready and we can see our combo box and the buttons here. The next thing we need to do is to create the board itself. So I will go to my another Salesforce org and if I select a game here and click on start new game, I see this board displayed and this board has three tiles based on the selected mode. So if you select a medium mode, then you will see 4 by 4. Now to implement this same thing in our Salesforce org as well, we need to implement the same thing using Aura, another Aura component which we will call board. And by the way, it doesn't matter if you develop your component inside the VS code, you can always view them inside your developer console as well. So for example, if you want to your board panel component inside this developer console, you can go to file and click on open lightning resources and from here you can select your component. In this way you can view your component inside the developer console as well and you can directly edit them here as well. So let's create another Aura component. For that we need to open the command palette and we need to select the create Aura component and let's give it name as board and that's it. Now in this board component we need to have a few things. We need to have a word that we need to find. We need to show the moves left and then we need to show these grids. First we are going to start working with these grids and then we will move towards these words, the moves left. If you want to show these grids, we already know how to display grids in our component. We are going to use the lightning layout and the lightning layout item component and we are going to show these grids. So let me go back to my VS code here and I'm going to have a layout which is lightning layout and then few layout items. Let's give it a size of 4 now and let's give it a text like 1 and let's copy this layout multiple times. So I guess I have 6 or 7 of them. I will just change the number here. So I have 7 layout items and they will are all within the Lightning layout, and we have multiple rows. Attribute equals to true. This means once we occupy the complete horizontal space, the next item will come on the next row. Now I can simply deploy this component, and in order to view this component inside our app builder pages, we need to implement our interface. So let's copy from our board panel component and paste it here, and let's deploy our code. And let's bring our component just below our board panel component, and let's save it. Here we see all our grids, and if you see these numbers, they are being displayed in a different grid. Now this was the easiest part of our board component. We will still have plenty of things to do inside the board component. For example, we still need to randomize these words, or we still need to have this word list that we have are going to hide behind the styles. We'll still need to find out a win word which will find randomly, and then we will still need a move counter. Right. So we will all do this in our next video. First, we work on storing the list of 100 words in our board component. And to implement that, first we need to know about components lifecycle. So what actually happens when an Aura component renders on a web page? There are certain events that are fired by the Aura component itself, just to give us an indication about a component's lifecycle. For example, when a component is initialized, which means all the attributes are initialized, then we get an init event from a Aura component. And when a component is rendered on the web page, then we get a renderer event from our Aura framework. We are going to use these events to actually implement our list of 100 words. So first, I will show you these events and how to handle them. To handle any type of events in Aura framework, we need to have an event handler, and this is just a single line that you need to add in your component. I will start from the top, and here I am going to have an Aura handler. Let me use a handler here in our board.cmp. Now to handle an event, you need to have a component, and then after that you need to specify the name of the event that you are handling. The value, if you want to pass any value to this event, and then the action, here in this action you need to pass the JavaScript method that you need to call when this event is handled. In this name, we are handling an init event which is fired when the component is initialized. So that's why the name of the event is init. You cannot change it to anything else. You always need to pass this value to this event here in the board.cmp. This refers to the component itself, so you cannot change this as well. Now here in the action, you need to give your controller method name. It doesn't always have to be do init. You can name your controller method anything else as well. Just make sure this method exists in your controller file. So if you see here, the board controller.js is, I'm going to have a method called doInit, and I'm going to add a simple console log here, and I'm going to add initialization complete. Now we can handle one more event which is called the render event. So for that we need to have another Aura handler. So there is no limit on the Aura handlers. You can handle as many events in your component as you want. So now I'm going to handle the render event, which is again a standard event fired by the Aura framework itself. And I'm going to pass this value. And here this means the component itself. So it's an instance of the component and then the action. So here let's give our action as do render maybe. You can give it any name you wish to. So just make sure that this method already exists in your controller. So we go to board controller.js, we add the do render method function, and I'll mention here render completed. And I'm going to deploy this component, and we should see these two logs in our console. So let's clear the console cache and reload the page. Let's open our DevTools, go to console tab, and we see two of our console logs printed here. Let me zoom in a bit so that you can also see it. First, we see the initialization completed, then we see the render completed. So this means the init event is fired first and then the render event, because the time of the init event, the web page is not rendered or your component is not rendered. In most of the cases, even you need to handle this event, init event, to your automations at the time of component initialization. And that's what we will do in our code as well. When the component is when the component is initialized, I'm going to build a list of 100 words. I'm going to remove the render from here, or maybe like I'll comment it because I do not need the render event. It was just to show you guys how to handle the render event. Now in the controller file, we are going to print this log. After that, I need to build a list of 100 words. But for this, I'm going to use my helper file, because as I said in my previous video, you need to put um, most of your reusable code inside the helper file. And building this list of 100 words, I think I can use it there multiple times. So I won't do that inside my controller file. I will build that method inside the helper file. So let's open our helper file helper.js file, and let's name our function as get words. Now in this function, I'm going to build a JavaScript array. First, I'm going to accept a function parameter, which I'll call count. And now we are talking about JavaScript, so know to define the data type here, like we used to do in Apex. Here you can directly mention your parameter name, and JavaScript takes care of this during this data during time binding behind the scene. So in this count, I will first check if the count is more than 100 or not, because we are only going to build a list of 100 words. So if the count is greater than 100, then I will simply return from here, I won't do anything else. Um, but if that is not the case, then let's build an array of words if the count is greater than 100. So we are going to use our let keyword to create a variable, and then I'm going to call our variable as words array, and you can define an array using your square brackets. So it will be like maybe word 1, and then you can add a comma, and then you can define another element in this array, and so on and so forth. I'm going to copy these words from my another file, and this will be a list of 100 words. I'm going to paste from here, but now our job is to check this count and only return the requested amount of words. If the user is requesting only 9 words, so that means if he's playing in easy mode, then we will only return 9 words from it. So let's do that. And to slice this array, we are going to use the slice function, which comes with the array in JavaScript. So it will be like array dot words array dot slice. Here you will need to give the starting index from where you want to slice your array, and then the number of elements you want to slice, and I'll pass the count which I'll get in this method as a parameter. And now I'm making sure that I'm only returning the requested amount of words. And now in order to return this array, we need to use a return keyword, which which we should do in our Apex as well. Now we can call this method from our controller file, board controller.js, and for that you need to use this helper variable. So far we have only be using the component variable, but now since we want to call the helper files method, we need to use this helper variable. So it will be like an helper dot the method name, which is get words, and here you can pass the count. For example, let's say we want to request 16 counts, or maybe something. So simpler, like 6 words only, then we can do that. And let's print that inside a console log. So that's it. Let's deploy the code, and let's refresh the page again. Click on console. Here we should see our words here. So here are our words, uh, and let's see the words are expansion, grandfather, nappy, oranges, beds, quack. So since we have requested only 6 words, they have written the first six words. So it doesn't matter how many times you reload this page, you will always get the 6 words. But this is not we want to do it right. We want to randomize these words. So I have a list of 100 words, but I want to randomize this list, and then only I want to return the requested words. So for that, I'm going to build another helper method to randomize my array words. Let's name this method as randomize array. So so to randomize the list, the requested words. For that, I'm going to build another helper method to randomize my array words. Um, let's name this method as randomize. Let's name this method as randomize array. And this function is going to accept an array which we are going to randomize, and I'm going to paste the simple algorithm to randomize all the elements in this array. You don't have to do a deep dive of this algorithm. You can find it anywhere on the internet as well. But what it takes an array and then it randomizes it and then it returns it back. So here we are storing this array inside a constant variable. Then we are iterating through all the items and then we are randomizing them. It's just like we are swapping these elements within the array itself. The randomize array method is ready. Now we need to call it to randomize our words array. I'm going to add one more comment. Randomize words array under the board helper.js, and I'm going to override this words array, and let's copy, and I'm going to randomize this array method. Now to call this randomize array method, we need to use this keyword and then the method name, this dot randomize array, and we can pass the words array which it is requesting. The reason why I'm using this keyword is here this refers to this helper class. So if you do not want to use this keyword here, then you need to accept the helper reference from your controller file. So here our get words function is accepting a helper variable as well. We need to pass here, and then we use this helper variable to call other methods of this helper class. So then you can remove this keyword and use helper here. But I prefer the syntax where I can use this keyword without accepting this helper variable from the controller file. So we have got our array, we have randomized it, and then we are simply returning it back to our board controllers do init method. Let's deploy it one more time, and hopefully now we should get this random list of words. So this time we have got a different set of words, and if you reload your page again, you will get another set of words, because now we are randomizing our array because we are returning the output to our method caller. So now we have it sorted out. Our next job is to find out this win word, and this win word should be among the list of words that we have got from our first method. So we will do it. So we have got our words array. Now we need to find a random word from this words array, which we will call the win word. And for that, we need to learn about one of the method from the math class in JavaScript. So let's go to Google and search for random number in JavaScript. I highly recommend you guys learn JavaScript in order to get the best from this YouTube video, because whenever you talk about front end, most of the time we are writing a lot of JavaScripts. So let's open any of these links, maybe this one, and it's going to tell you how we can find a random number using a math.random method. So it says you can use the math.random method which returns any number between 0 to 1. We are going to use this math.random method to find a random word. Here you will notice that it may return some digits, right? Because it will always return some value between 0 to 1. So it will always have some decimals except when it is returning 0 or 1. In that case, we need to round off it to a whole number. So that we can use the floor method which returns the floor value of a number. Or we can use a CEIL method which returns the ceiling value of a number. And you can use this methods like you use the math.floor, and then within this you can use math.random. And the output of this method you are multiplying it by 10. So if it returns 0.54, then you can multiply it by 10, which becomes 5.4. Math.floor will convert it to 5. So we are going to use a similar concept we'll go back to VS Code. We'll create one more method which will call the win word. And this should be your function. We should accept an array, and from this array we are going to find a random word. So let's call random word, or we can call it a win word. Then I'm going to use math.floor, then math.random. This is going to give me a number between 0 to 1, and I'm going to multiply with the array length, because if the array length is 10, then I want to have a number between 0 to 10. But if the array length is 20, then I want to find the number between 0 to 20. So that's it. This statement right here should give us a random location from where we can pick up our word. Actually, let's name it random location, or even better, let's name it random index. This will be a random index, and from this index we are going to return the item of the array. So it will be like return array. Then within these square brackets we just define the index. Now we can call this win word method inside our controller file. Let's add a comment in the controller file that get win word, and let's use a console statement. So it will be like a helper dot get win word, and here we need to pass our array. So the better way to do is to actually copy of this and store its output inside a variable. So I will store it inside like words variable, and then I will print the words here, and I will pass the words here in this get win word method. I hope it works. Let's deploy the code. Here we see our words list, and among this list we are picking a win word which is completely, if you reload this page you will see a random list of words, and you will again see a random win word. So this time it has picked the second item from our words list. So we have only been storing these words inside our JavaScript, but in order to access these words in our markup file we need to store them in the attributes, isn't it? So let's create a couple of attributes in our board component, board.cmp. I'm going to name the first one as words, and this should be a list, as we are going to store a list of words here. Let's create one more attribute, and I'm going to name it as win word. This is going to store our win word, which will be of type string. So let's go to our init handler, and here once we get these words, let's set them to our words attribute. Let's use the component.set method. Don't forget our value provider here. So dot attribute name, which is words. Then you can use comma to pass the value, which is words. Let's see our win word as well. We are going to store it as output, we're going to store its output here in a constant variable. So const unst winword is equals to helper dot get winword, and then we are going to store it inside the attribute as well, component attribute as well. So we'll do component dot set, like should be like v dot winword. That's all in this video. We're going to display in our next video to display our winword in this format. So now we are going to apply the styles. We are going to build this panel here, and we are going to learn how to apply custom CSS to our Aura components. Let's get back to our VS Code. And here in the board component, we need to create this panel where we can show the winword and the moves. I'm going to have another lightning layout here. And within this lightning layout, I'm going to have a couple of lightning layout items. In the first layout, first of all, let's remove the size. In the first layout, we're going to show the winword. So let's call it like word, and then here we will display the winword. For that, we can use our exclamatory mark, the way we access our attributes value. So it will be like v dot winword. Let's create another layout item here where we will display the moves left. Again, let's remove this size from here, and here we will display, we need to display moves. Let's create one more attribute. Let's call it count. It should be of type integer, and then let's give it a default value as 0. Let's also give all these attributes an access as private, because we are never going to access them outside this component. If you remember, the default access is public, but if your attribute is truly meant for this component itself, then you can change the access to private. So here in this click count attribute, we are going to store the number of clicks or the number of lines tiles which are open. So we are going to display the count here, but we are going to subtract it from 3. 3, because if the click count is 1, then the move lefts are 2. So for that, again, we are going to use the similar syntax and exclamatory mark. But here we will have a mathematical equation which will be like, let's start our parenthesis first. 3 minus this attribute's value, which is v dot click count. So whatever the value of this attribute will be, we are going to subtract that from 3, and then the result will be displayed here. So let's save our code, deploy to our changes. So now we see our winword and then the moves. So now we see our winword, but let's need to change the look and feel of these two items. First, we need to assign a gray background to our board component. We need to make sure that our winword is in capital case and it's in bold letters, and our moves text should also be bigger. So for that, we need to use custom CSS. I will show you how you can use custom CSS in our Aura component. First of all, let's do one thing. We'll wrap both of these lightning layouts inside a parent div tag. So it will be like div, and then let's close this div after the second lightning layout. Now we're going to give this div a class because we want to stylize this div component, which is the base container of this board component. Let's name our class as board. You can name it anything we want. We need to stylize this board class, right? For that, we are going to use our CSS class. Let's open our component bundle and open board dot. Now in the CSS file, you will see this keyword is written by default, which refers to this component. If your component or if your element is direct child of this Aura component, Now we can use your class without any space after this. You do like this dot your class name, and here you can write your class properties. But it is not direct child. That means like this lightning layout, this is not a direct child of the Aura component. So this lightning layout is a direct child of the div component. So if your element is not the direct child of your Aura component, then you need to give a space between your component class and this keyword. From now, our div element is a direct child of Aura components. I'm going to remove the space, and then I'm going to paste some CSS properties. So it will be like change the background, and I'm changing the position as well. So let's save our code, deploy our changes. Now we have to, we have got the whitish background and we got our word and moves left, moves left. Next step is to stylize this word and make this moves left text bigger. We are going to use our custom CSS along with standard SLDS classes. If you open your DevTools, let's click on inspect and let's click on this inspect icon on the top left corner of the DevTools and then click on moves left. So then it will select your moves left element, and on right hand side you will see the styles tab. Now you can directly apply our CSS classes within the browser itself just to see how our elements look and feel changes once we apply these classes. So let's click on the CLS text that you see on the right hand side, and let's search for the SLDS minus text minus heading, and then you can change between these classes. As you're changing it, just notice the look and feel of your element. So here our moves left is getting little smaller or bigger based on the classes that we are applying. I want to apply SLDX text heading medium, so it copy this class, and let's get back to our VS code, and here we open our board component. I'm going to wrap this moves left tag in a div tag so that I can apply my CSS classes. Let's use our class attribute and then paste the class that we have just copied. Let's copy it one more time and paste it here. So once you wrap your text in a div tag and then apply your SLDX text class, then you do not need to specify the definition of this class here inside your CSS file, because this SLDS class comes with the with the Aura framework itself. So it is like out of the box thing. But if you want to use your own custom classes, then you can specify them inside the CSS file, and that's what we will do in our word text here. I'm going to wrap this word text inside a div tag. Let's give the same class to this one as well. Let's choose a div tag here. What this is going to do is it's going to increase the font size of my moves left text and this word text. I want to make it capitalized. What I will do now, I will wrap this word inside a span tag, and I'm then going to give it as a CSS class. Let's come to our class as winword. Then we need to define the properties of this class. How we can do that? We need to use our CSS file. Let's go to our CSS file and then use this time. I'm going to give a space in between, and the reason is this. So span tag is not the direct child of this or component tag. In that case, make sure that you're giving a space in between. And the styles I want to use is, first I want to transform the text to capital cases. So it is like uppercase, and then I want to change the font weight to bold. That should be it. Let's deploy changes, see them in the same look and feel we are seeing in my other Salesforce or perfect. Now our word is in bold cases and it's capitalized, where the rest of the text is also bigger. In the end, just read if you're using custom various classes, just make sure that if it is if it's like a not that child of your Aura component, then you give a space in between, else there is no need of space. So like many other front-end frameworks, Aura also supports iteration over loops. In order to iterate over a list or a collection of items, you need to use Aura iteration component, and this component accepts an uh, at items attribute where you can use your list attribute or you can directly supply your collection of items. Then you need to define a local variable inside a var attribute, and you are going to use this local variable to actually display that item. One thing to notice here is that when you are accessing this local variable, you are not using the value provider here. So directly use your exclamation mark and your variable name. So here in this loop, it's going to print 5 div elements where the first element will say the current item 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. So we'll go back to our VS Code and we will make some changes to our board component. And in our board component, board.cmp file, we are having these styles, and these styles are coming from the layout. Item components we have, right? So this is the best way to achieve this functionality because we are not always going to have 7 layout items. These items will vary based on the game mode that we will select. So if you are in easy mode, then we need to have 3 by 3 tiles. That means in total 9 tiles. But if we have hard mode, you need to have 6 by 6 tiles. That means 36 layout items. So the best way to do it is to create a list of words that we are already doing in our words list, and then iterate over this list and construct this layout items. So I will start my game mode and I'm going to create another attribute in my board component board.cmp file, and let's name this attribute as mode. Should be of stripe type, string type, and we are going to give it a default value, say easy. Now in this game mode, we will decide how many words do we need. I'll again go to my init handler to do this thing. The reason I'm doing this task inside my init handler is because it's always guaranteed that this event will be fired by the framework and we'll always have it executed before our component renders. So the init event is widely used to perform these initialization tasks or anything that you want to do before our component renders. So let's go to our do init method inside our controller file. And here the first thing that I need to do is read this component's value because I want to know uh, in which mode we are playing. Although by default we are selecting easy, but in future we can change to anything else, right? So maybe we can have a medium value or hard value as well. So let's create this attributes value, and we are going to use our get method from component variable. So it will be like v dot mode, which is the attribute name. Now based on this game mode, we need to find out how many words do we need. So let's have an if condition. It will be like if game is mode is not equals to null. So in JavaScript, you do not have to write game mode is not equals to null. There's a simpler way to do it. If you remove this not equals to null, then JavaScript will smartly check if this game mode is not equal to null. So we are first going to check if this game mode is not equal to null. If we are going to check if game mode is triple equals to hard, now yeah, now triple equals means so it's equal to double equals in Apex, although in Java as well it can have double equals. But in that case, it's going to match the value, not the data type. So if you use double quotes, and let me put a comment here. Double. So if you're using double quotes on this condition, where one double equals one, it's going to return true. But if you notice, the first one is a string, the second one is a number, but it will still return true. But if you use triple equals, then one will not be equal to one because the data type is changed here. It will only return true if both these values are having the same data type. So as I said, you need to practice more on JavaScript skills to understand our Aura framework better. And now for now we'll use triple equals to here because we want to match the data type as well. So and here if the game mode is hard, let's have another variable here which I will call column. By default, it will assign it a value of 0. And if game mode is hard, then it will be like 6 by 6 tiles. So the column value will be 6. But this is not, if this is not the case, and this is very similar to how Apex works. And here if I simply check if it is medium, then in that case my column value will be 4. Then in that my column yeah, and else my column value will be 3. Based on this column value, I need to get the words. So if the column value is 6, then I need to get 30. Because we're going to print 36 tiles on our game board. If column value is 4, then we need to get 16 words. If it is 3, then we need to get 9 words. So here in our get words method, instead of supply 6, let's supply column star column. We are going to multiply column twice, and these many words we need to get. So if column value is 6, we need to get 6 multiplied by 6 or for 36 words. And now once we have our words list, we can use our aura iteration tag to generate this layout items. And so I'm going to have an aura iteration tag in the lightning layout. Um, and in place of items, I'm going to use the list of attribute. So again, we are going to follow similar syntax, a local variable as word, and then we can copy one of the layout items and paste it within this aura iteration. Instead of using 1 here, I'm going to print the value of the of this word. So make sure that you do not use your value provider here. Now we can remove the rest of the layout items because based on the word list, we are going to construct all these layered items. Let's save this code and let's deploy it and refresh the page. We'll have our 9 by 9 tiles and we have all our 9 words here, and the word that we need to find is present. We change the default value of our game mode. Let's say change it to hard game. It is then this time we should see 36 or 36 tiles. Here now we see 36 words, but this is not the way we want to see our words. We want to be in 6 by 6 tiles. But here what we are seeing is there, I guess 12 tiles. So we need to fix that. All this is happening because of this size attribute that we are giving here. So we need to dynamically give this size attribute based on our game mode. So in our init method in the board controller JS, we also need to block the width of this size here. I'm going to have one more variable. Let's call it block size. And this block size will always be equals to 12 by the number of columns. If the number of columns are 6, then the block will be 2. Because Aura framework divides the horizontal space in 12 grids. So the best way to get the block size is by dividing by 12 by the number of columns, and then store we can store this block size in some value attribute here. So let's create one more attribute. Let's call it block size, and this should be of type integer, and let's give it a private access. And that's it. Now we need to set the value of this block size attribute. So we are going to use component dot v dot block size, and then block size. Let me add a comment here. Get the number of columns based on game mode. I think we can remove this console log as we don't need them now, and they were just there to help us see these words and win word. And so let's deploy our code one more time. We need to use this block size attribute as well. Instead of 4, we need to use our block size attribute. So we're now setting the size dynamically, and let's deploy the code. And let's reload the page. Hopefully you should see the 6x6 tiles. So let's look at the composition. Here is our word shuffle game, and these are all the components that we have. So how many components do you see? So I see a board panel component that we have already deployed. I see a board component that we are developing right now. I see another component which I call block component, and this block component will be the tiles. This will be that will be displaying within the board and the fourth component that I see is the game result component. So it's absolutely necessary that all these components talk to each other so that we get a single output. So on our web page, when we're playing this game, there are multiple ways to create a communication channel between two components, and we are going to learn about these different ways. For now, let's focus on selecting the game module in our board panel component and supplying that value to our board component. Because if you remember, our board component has an attribute which is called game mode, and based on that attribute's value, it generates these tiles. So we are going to learn about something called public attributes, where we can supply the attribute values from the parent component. Let's go back to our Salesforce org and check out the current implementation. In our Salesforce org, when you select a game model and click on start a new game, so nothing happens in our board component, but what do we want? As soon as you select this game and click on start new game, the board component should show all these tiles based on the game mode. So we are going to do exactly that. So let's go back to VS Code, and here inside our board panel component, um, we let's remove the expressions which we don't need. Now we will in this board panel CMP file, we are going to use our board component as well. It is very similar to how we are using this lightning layout component within the lightning layout. So here when we use this lightning layout, the lightning is a namespace and this layout is the component. So very similar to this in the lightning layout component, lightning is a namespace and layout item. So is a component name. So in order to call this board component inside the board panel component, our namespace is C. Uh, we need to use our colon and then the component name, which is board. So in this way, you can call your board component within your board panel component. But what want to do is supply the selected value to this board component. So if you notice, you already have a mode attribute and I did not give it access as private. So it means it's a public attribute and this can be accessed by other components as well. So I supply some values to this mode attribute from my board panel component. And that's what I will do as soon as the selected uh, that's where we are setting its value. Let me remove all these console logs. So when I change the selected mode value, I want to pass it to my board component. And the way I pass is by using this attribute which is called mode. Let's use this attribute. Let's our example. We are going to use similar syntax which is exclamatory mark. V dot attribute name which is selected mode. So what we've done here is we have included our board component within the board panel component. So now our board component has become the child of our board panel component. So in order to create a communication channel between these two components, we are using public properties or public attributes. Here in this board component, we have a public attribute called game mode, and we supply this its value from our board component. So using these public attributes, you can pass some data from the parent component to the child component. So since we are using our bound operator here using this exclamatory mark, remember if you use pound, then it becomes an outbound expression. Or if you use an exclamatory mark, then it becomes bound expression. Since we are using this bound expression, as soon as the selected value is null, uh, will be passed to our board, and then component will render the files. So this is how you can create a communication channel, or this is the way how you pass the data from the parent component to the child component. And that's why when I was talking about attributes, I was telling you guys that these attributes will make your component more usable. Now our board component can accept this mode value from anywhere, and then based on that, it's going to display its data. Or let's deploy both our components, and I'm going to open my file explorer here, and click on deploy source to org. This way we can deploy org in one go. Here now we are saying on our board component is saying it is seeing using deployed twice. The reason why we are seeing it is because the first time it is being rendered by the board panel component, because now it's a part of the parent component. And second time we are seeing it because we have to add to our app builder page. So let's edit our home page, and we'll see the. So now we are seeing these only ones, but we are seeing this in easy mode, and we select the mode as hard. For the reason when you load your board component first time, the selected mode is blank, and it's only set when you click on start new game. This means we are passing a blank value to the component. Then we have here you, if you go, you'll go to your board component, and the init handler will have, if the game mode is not hard, then we set the columns to 3. And that's the reason we are seeing the game in easy mode. So we can prevent this from happening. When what we can do, if a user has not selected the game mode here, then we will display this board component. Now we will talk about if-else attribute in Aura. You can have if-else condition in Aura as well, and for that we need to use Aura if component. Um, the component has an is true of attribute if where we can define our condition or the expression that we want to evaluate. If this expression results in true, then we need to define our markup that we want to show on the UI. But if you want to have an else condition, that we can define that inside our Aura set component with the attribute equals to else. So whatever we are going to define in Aura set component will be else part, and whatever you are going to define outside it, it will be the true part. And we are able to use this Aura if component inside our board panel component so that we can conditionally show the board component from here. Let's go back to VS Code, and here in our we have included in the board component as well, but we only want to show this board component when selected mode is not null or is not blank. For that I'm going to use the Aura if component. Now in this expression we need to use our selected mode, and we need to check if it is blank. So let's use our selected mode here. I'm going to use some expression here. If the selected mode is not equal to blank, Then in that case, let's display the my board component. So I'm going to cut it from here and paste it here. For now, I do not have any else condition, but let's add some text here just to show that how else works. I'm going to put in the else part. Actually, in place of checking for blank, we should check it for null. If the selected mode is not equal to null, then let's show our board component. Else, we are going to show a text else part. Let's deploy this code. Refresh our browser page. If you are not selecting a game mode, then we are seeing this text, which is else part. And this is coming from this component or a set component, which is the else part of the or if component. If you select a mode from here and click on start new game, our component appears. We can refresh our page and we can select a different mode. And based on that, our tiles are being displayed here. Let's fix one more thing here. I'm not sure if you're able to notice it or not, but our board component is outside our board panel component because the borders do not match. So let's go back to our VS Code and fix it very quickly. What we can do is we can bring this ORIF component and we can paste that inside a lightning layout item, because here we are displaying multiple layout items and we are going to have one more layout item with size equals to 12 within this parent lightning layout out itself. Let's have a layout item, let's give it a size as 12, and then we can paste it directly here, or we can also bring out this aura if and wrap our lightning layout item within the aura if, but it won't make any difference, so we can leave it as is like that. Now I'm going to remove this aura set component because we need to handle the else part. We only bothered with about the if condition. I'm going to remove the padding for this layout, and let's save this code and deploy it. Now for now our board component should be part of this parent lightning card and should be displayed within. Let's select the game mode and click on start new game, and I think we have messed up our styles, but our components like our buttons, combo box and this board component are being displayed in the same horizontal line, and this is not what we want. Let's fix it. Let's check out what do we have here. Here within the lightning layout we have 4 layout items. 3 of them do not have a size attribute, so they should take some horizontal space based on the content, but one of them is having a size of attribute as 12, so it should have a complete horizontal space. So I know the reason why they are all being displayed in the same line, because we do not have a multiple rows attribute here, which should be equals to true, and that's what we will see our board component in the to fix the issue. Let's deploy this code. Now component exactly the way how we want to have, we are going to work. So looking at the block component now, so now we have our board panel and board component working together, and both can communicate with each other as well. So now we will here we can select the game mode in the board component, and our board component is going to display the tiles. So but I want to have better tiles here, so I want to have some big tiles and they should hide these words behind them. Now I'm going to create another component which I'll call the block component. So let me close all the other files and let's create another aura component. Let's name as block, and this is going to involve a lot of CSS, but I'll try to maybe to explain each and every CSS properties in this video. So I'm going to have an attribute here which is going to hold the label that we want to hide or the text we want to hide. It should be of type string, and let's be at public attribute. I'm going to have another attribute which should be like open, This attribute is a flag which tells me whether this style is open or not, and I'm going to mark it as Boolean type. So it will be either true or false. Now I'm going to have a div container or a div element. So let's use a div element. I'm going to call it block tile or block tile container. Now within this div tag, I'm going to have another div tag where I will display my text. So let's access our label attribute here. Now, so the parent div tag will act as a container. The second div tag is going to hold my label value. What I want to do now is I want to assign some CSS properties to my parent div tag because I will deploy this code now. It will be very similar to how our component is looking at the moment. It will be plain text. I can show this to you guys. Going back to our board component, and here we are using the lightning layout items. Instead of accessing this word directly, we can access our block component. The way we are accessing the board component from the board panel component, we are going to do the same thing with our board block component as well. So I will use the C colon block, and then I will pass the label value, which is a public attribute here. And so this label value should be equal to this word that we have here, and let's access its value. Remember, you do not need to use your value provider here because you are with the aura iteration. Now let me also mark my open attribute default as false because by default this is not open. This will only set to be true when a user will click on its text. So I'm deploying these components now, and I think we would be able to see the similar output that we are seeing before, but so far we have any SS, because no CSS here. So let's select the game mode and click on start new game. So we are seeing a similar output, but this time it's not a plain text. It's coming from our block component. So now our board panel component is a grandparent component which has this board component, and this board component has these multiple blocks components in it. So let's stylize these blocks. Let's do that. Open our DevTools and let's select one of these tiles, and you can click on this picker right here on the left, top left, and pick any of these words of these tiles. Now this is going to select our text, but we are interested in is the parent div tag that we have created, which is our container div tag. So let's add some custom CSS properties to it. For that, we need to click on this element dot style tag. Just click anywhere here, and then you will be able to insert your text. The first property that I want to insert is a background because I want to change the background color. So it should be completely white. Then I want to change the style. Let's fix it to maybe 100 pixels. Then height, then 100 pixels. And now we have a bigger tiles, maybe 180 pixels will do. Then let's add a border to it. For that we need to use a border property. It should be 1 pixel border solid, and it should again be white. I also want to give border a status radius, so that it should be border radius, and it's like give it maybe 4 pixels. So now if you notice, it's a bit rounded. Let's change our font to uppercase. So we are going to use text transform, which we have used before as well, and we are going to change our text to uppercase. I'm also going to give some space between these letters. For that we need to use letter spacing property, and let's give it maybe 1 pixel. That looks fine. I also want to change my cursor to a pointer when I hover over this item. So for that I'm going to use my cursor property, and I'm going to change it to a pointer. As soon as you do that, notice how the cursor changes from an arrow and it becomes a pointer. Then let's give some font weight too as well. I want to change my font weight to maybe like bold. It looks better, and let's give it a font size as well, maybe large. Let's give this a box shadow. It means there will be some shadow behind each and every tile. For that we need to use box shadow property, and here I have pasted some properties which give some nice box shadow to it. Along with these custom CSS properties, let's take some standards SLDX classes. So let's click on this, and our text button is input. You will see this input window where we can select the SLDX classes. I want to align my text in an absolute center. So let's use SLDX align attribute absolute center, and so we are going to use this class, and now our text is in absolute center. I'll give some padding as well. We need to use SLDS, then dash, then P, then around medium. That should do, and then let's give some margin to it as well. So I will use SLDS where sham around medium. I think we are going to use a combination of standard SLDS classes and these custom CSS properties. If you are wondering where do I know about the standard SLDS classes, then probably you can look out for the Lightning Design Systems.com website, and from here you can learn about the SLDS classes. For example, if you expand this utility section and click on alignment, you will know that we have a standard SLDS align absolute center class, which positions the text in the absolute center vertically and horizontally as well. So this is the best place to learn all about SLDS classes. And now our job is to copy all these properties and already paste them inside our component. Let's see, in our VS Code we need to open and open the CSS file of block component. Remember, our parent div container is a direct child of this Aura component. Let's give the class name maybe board block, and with this you can have like multiple classes as well to the same element. You just need to give a space before you add another class. First, we're going to copy all the standard classes that we have. Let's copy them. This one is not necessary. So here I have this custom dates class and 3 dates of the SLDS classes. Just to make sure that you have space in each and every class that you will add. So now for this board block class that we are assigning here, we need to give some custom CSS properties. And since this div is a direct child, so we need not to give any space between our this keyword and our class name. Now let's copy all the CSS properties from our browser window. Here let's select everything, copy it and paste here, and let's save our code. I think this should work. I have to do all to one. So I have to do one more thing. When I hover over the item, I want to change its background color. You will notice that when I hover over a tile, its background changes, right? So it's called hover effect, and we are going to define this hover effect for our board block class. So this is called hover effect. Let's go back to a block, .css file, and here, and after your CSS class name, you need to use a colon. So this should be the color code, and I also want to change the border color, and but let's have 1 pixel border solid, and let's change the color to the same. So there is some nice smooth transition effect. We can achieve the same using the transition property in our uh, so let's use our transition property here. I want to give this transition property to all the effects, and it should take 0.5 seconds to change the CSS properties to this one. So now let's save our code and deploy the changes. Hopefully our nice and stylized board blocks will be visible. Let's refresh our page. Select a game, click on start new game, select a game, and now we have got all our tiles. They are all changing their colors as we hover over them. The cursor is also changing from an arrow to pointer. Our next job is to hide these words behind these tiles, and they should only appear when the user uh, when the user clicks on it. And this should be very straightforward because we have done similar things in past. So what we need to do, we need to have an on-click handler, our parent div container, and here we are going to define an on-click handler. Let's call it block click handler. Remember that you use C here, which represents our controller file, and then we can open the controller file of our block component, and here we can create this block click handler method. Now what I want to do is when a user clicks on this block, I want to change this attribute to true, which is set by false by default. In the block controller.js, let's get the current value of this open attribute from CMP, and let's name it open, and we can get its value using the get method. So here it will return the current value of this open attribute, and if this is equals to false, so it is like if it is equals to false, then we can set it to true. And set it to true. In place of writing equal to false, we can also short it, and you can write something like this. If open is false, then you can use not operator, and it's the same thing that we were doing. So that's it. Now the next job is to hide this text using aura if. So if I will only show this text when this open attribute is set to true. So let's have an aura component if here if, and the expression would be to check this open attributes value. Um, so yeah, trying to find. And if it is true, I'm going to show my text. So right. So if it is so in the block, if it is true, we are going to open the text, and we are going to show up the div. So that's easy, right? And so when a user clicks on this tile, the attribute will be set to true, and once this will be set to true, we will be able to see our label, and by default we will not be able to see it because by default this open is set to false. Now we can deploy our component and we can see the change there. Let's start a new game, and none of our tile is showing the text here. If you click on the tile, the text will appear, and this is exactly what we wanted. In the next video, we're going to see work on this moves left counter. So we are talking about component event here. We already know how we can communicate from a parent component to a child component using public attributes. Now, if you want to communicate from your child component to your parent component, or if you want to send some data from your child component to your parent components, then in that case, you need to use uh, component events. The component events are very similar to the browser events that we have been handling so far. For example, when we were handling the on-click event on the Aura buttons, that was the type of a component uh, event that we were handling. So now in order to give the same functionality to our own custom components, we need to use the component events so that we can notify our parent components about some change, or we can send some data. You can fire a component event using the instance of the component. That means we need to use our component variable in the JavaScript file. And once you fire it, it can be handled in the same component which is firing it, or it can be handled by any of its parent components. So let's take a look at the markup of a component event. So you need to create an Aura event, and the type should be component. And in this component, you can have as many attributes as you want, or you can leave it blank as well. These attributes will act as a payload or the data that you want to send from your child component to your parent component and to fire an event. First, you need to have an Aura register event, a component where you need to define the component name and the type of the component. And here in the type, you need to give the exact name of the component that you will create. And remember, you need to use your namespace here. And by default, all the Salesforce has a custom namespace or C. But if you are working in a managed package, then you need to give the namespace of your managed package. This register event tag will go inside your component file. And once you register the event, in order to fire it, you need to use your JS files. In order to fire it, you need to get the event using the get event method, and inside this event method, you need to give the name of your component. Then you can set all the parameters or the attributes to your component that you want to send. The event will carry these attributes or this data along with it, and this data can be used in the parent component. The last thing you would be to use the fire method to actually fire this event. Just keep in mind the get event method takes the name of your event. Now the second phase would be to handle this event, which will be happening in the parent component. And we already know how to handle an event because we have been handling the init event, or we have already seen the example of handling the render event as well. So we will use a similar pattern. We will use the Aura handler tag to handle our event. Here, under the name attribute, you need to give the name of your component event. Then under the event attribute, you need to give the fully qualified event name along with the namespace. Then under the action attribute, you need to give the name of your JavaScript method, which is going to execute when this event will be handled. So let's go back to our word shuffle game and let's check out where do we need to handle these events and from where we do we need to fire it. So here once I click on a tile, I need to send an event to my parent component like I have clicked on this tile, and this is the word behind it so that my parent component can check if the user has won or not, and it can update the moves counter as well. So we will be firing it from the block component and we will be handling it in our board component. So let's go back to VS Code. And the first thing we need to do here is create an Aura event in the block.cmp file. So open your command palette and select create Aura event. Let's name our event as block click event and let's select our default directory. Um, Now VS Code will create this placeholder code. Here we need to change the type from application to component because we are creating a component event. And within this component, I'm going to create an attribute as well, which is going to carry the label value of that particular block so that our board component will know which of the block was clicked. So let's create an attribute here and I'm going to name it as a value and this should be of type string. So we have created our event. Now we need to fire it from our block component. And in order to fire it, first we need to register the event here. So I'm going to add a comment here. And let's use our Aura register event tag. Here under the name, you can name it anything that you want, but I like to follow the similar syntax that we see in our browser events. I'm going to name this event as onClick, and then under the type, first you need to give the namespace, which is C, and then the event name, which is block click event. Make sure that you do not do any spelling mistake or you do not do any type of casing errors here. Make sure that your event name is exactly the same as you created it. The best way to do is to copy the event name from your file. So now we have registered our event. The next thing would be to fire it, and we find to fire it when a user will click on that particular. So we are already handling this event in here in our block click handler method. So let's go to our block controller, and we are setting this property to true here. I want to fire the event as well. Remember our syntax to fire an event. First, we need to get the event using the get event method. So I'm going to use to name it comp event, and we need to component event, and we need to use our component instance or variable using the get event. And this method takes the event name, which is I believe on click. And then we need to set the parameters value. So this event has one parameter or one attribute, which is called value. So we are going to set its value using component event dot set parameters method. This will be a JSON object. So you need to use your curly braces, then your attribute name, which is value, and then the colon, and then the actual value that you want to supply. So our actual value would be this label in the block controller.js file. So we store it in a variable, and then we need to pass this label to our parent component. So that should be it. Now the last thing, we want to fire it using the fire method. So we have fired our event. Now we need to handle it in our parent component, which is the board.component, board.cmp file, board component file. In order to handle it, we need to have one more Aura handler. And the name of the event should be the same as this event name, which is onClick. Then we need not to give a value to this event, as this is our own custom event, but we need to give it the event name using the event attribute. So this should be C colon block click event. And then under the action attribute, we need to give the JavaScript method name. So let's name it as block click handler. And now we need to create this method inside our controller file. So let's open the controller file, and let's create one more method, block click handler. We are going to accept all the parameters, which is component event and the helper. And here now we need to use our event variable, because this event variable is going to carry the payload or the data uh, which we are interested in, this label value that will be sending from our block component. Let's store it inside a variable. We're going to name it as value, and we need to use our event variable dot get parameter. So when we were setting these values, we were using set parameters. Now we need to use get parameter, and then the parameter name or the attribute name, which is this value. So we have got our value here. Next thing we need would be to check if this value is equals to this win word. because if it is the case, then the user has won. So let's do that here. Let's have an if condition if where I'm going to match this value triple equals to component dot get v dot winward, and if it that is the case, then the user has won. If not, the user has not won yet. Now along with this check, we need to maintain our click counter or the moves left. So here our click count is set to 0 by default, and we are going to increase it every time we are handling this event, because this event will be fired and when the blocks will be clicked. So that means when the user is utilizing his moves, first let's get its current value, the current click count, and I'm going to store them inside a variable. And this is going to give me an actual click count at the moment. Then I am going to add one to it so that I will get the latest click count. So this is going to give me the previous click count. But since we are inside this handler method, we need to increase it by one because the user has clicked on one or more. If the user has not won, then we are going to have an else if condition where we will check if a user has utilized all his moves. So let's use click count triple equals to 3. If that is the case, then the user lose here. Let's store this result somewhere in an attribute inside our board component. Let's create one more attribute and let's call it result. It should be of type string, and we are going to store our results from our JavaScript file. And let's set the value here component.set v.result, and the value should be you win. Let's copy this, and here we will say you lose. Let's also print this in our console log so that we can also see it in our browser. And then let's update our click counter as well so that we always get the updated count next time. Let's say use component.set v.click count, and this should be equals to click count. I guess this should be it. Let's deploy our code, and we have got an error that says no event named block click event found method. I know the reason. We need to deploy all our components all together. So right click on the default folder, click on deploy source to org, and this time it's deployed fine. Let's refresh our page. Let's open our dev tools as well so that we can see the output. Start a new game, maybe in easy mode. The word that we need to find is round. Let's keep on clicking on these tiles. And here after utilizing 3 moves, I see you lose because we haven't found a word. We can keep on playing because now we don't have any disabled board kind of. So we can still keep on clicking, and now we have found our round word and it says you win. So at least it's working. But our moves um, looks like our moves left counter has gone to -1, which is not allowed. So we'll fix these things in our next video. We need to fix a few things now. First of all, as soon as the user consumes all his 3 moves, we should not allow him to click on these. Um, so this board should be disabled. Second thing, this moves left counter should never go negative. And the third thing, we need to show the game results here. If the user has consumed all his 3 moves without any success, then we should show you lose. But if a user has won, we need to display you win here. So let's work on these 3 points here. First of all, I'm going to create one more layout item here in my board component where I show my word and the moves left. So I'm going to open in the board component and I'm going to remove the size attribute from here. And let's just copy this text from here. And instead of displaying moves left here, we need to show our result. We are already storing our results in this result attribute. So it should be easy to show the results. Okay, so we have taken care of one thing. The second thing is we need to keep track of this counter. So as soon as we have zero click count left or zero moves left, then we need to disable this board. So for that, I'm going to create one more attribute and I'm going to call it board disabled. Let's make it a Boolean type. Let's give it a default value as false. And then let's give the access as private. We can add this access in our result attribute as well because we will never use it outside the board component. Now we need to update this board disable attribute when a user has either won or lost. So for that, let's go over controller file board controller.js. Here we are already checking if the user wins or if he loses. So here I will add one more line where I will set my disable attribute. So it would be like v dot board disabled. This should be true if user wins. And the same thing should apply when a user loses. Now instead of writing this line multiple times here, I will go my helper file and I will create a function here. And my method name should be disable board. And let's just copy this line, paste it here. We will need another method to enable our board. So why don't we create it right now? We will use it later. But for now, I will just create it and here I will simply set it to false. Now I can remove these lines. Instead, I will call my helper method, which is disable board. And here in this helper method, we don't need this event and helper parameters. So I am going to remove those, but I will still keep my component parameter because we are using it here. So we need to pass this parameter from our controller file. Let's copy the same line here as well. Perfect. We are now disabling our board. As soon as I disable my board, I want to create a layer on the top of my board so that I can prevent the user from clicking on it. So for that, I'm going to create a new div element inside my markup file. And let's give it a class as board disabled, and we are going to stylize this div element in such a way that it consumes the width and height of our board component and it comes on top of it, but it doesn't show itself. So this means it's not going to have any color, but it will be there preventing our user from clicking on the board. So let's go to our CSS files to stylize this component. Here we need to use for our this keyword dot class name. Let's copy it here. Remember, more you copy paste, better the chances that you will not hit any error. Now I will stylize this component, so I am going to paste some properties. I'm giving it a Z index, which means the item will come on the top of my previous item. Second thing is we are giving it 100% width and height. Third is the position, which should be absolute. That means it should stick to its place. And the fourth one is top and left property. These two properties complement the position equals to absolute property. So you need to keep these two as well. And the last thing is to have a cursor which says not allowed. So this will change our cursor icon indicating that you cannot click on this component. Okay, so far so good. Now the third thing that we have in our plate is to avoid going negative for the moves left counter. And I guess as soon as we implement these two solutions, the moves left counter will never go negative. Because as soon as we disable our board, which we will do once we consume all our moves, then we will disable the board and the user will not be allowed to click on it. So our moves left counter will never go negative. So let's deploy all our changes and hopefully this should work as expected. Let's clear our cache, reload our page. And let's select any of the game mode. And now the thing is our div container is being displayed, which is this one, and this is preventing um, us from clicking on this board. So this shouldn't happen. This div container should only come in place when we are disabling the board. So we need to have an aura if here. So aura if will add, and this we should check for the board disable attribute. If this is true, then we will show this component on this div element. Hopefully it should work now. Deploy this code. Now we are able to click on our tiles, and as soon as we consume all our moves, our board is disabled and we cannot click on any of the tiles now. And see that you are seeing a message which says you lose. Now our next problem is we cannot start a new game because if you select any of the mode and click on start new game, nothing happens. So it only works for the first time. So in the next video, we're going to fix these things by learning about aura methods. Now we are going to learn about another way of communication between parent and child component. So this is called aura method. You can define an aura method inside child component, and from the parent component you can directly call this method. So this is very helpful when you want to call the controller method of your child component from the parent components. In some cases, we already have a need of it. When we click on our start new game button, we want to regenerate that board, which is not happening at this moment. So we are going to use our aura method. We are going to define an aura method inside our board component, and we are going to call this aura method from our board panel component. Now let's take a look at the syntax of aura methods. Keep in mind this is something that you need to define in your child component. So you need to use the aura method tag our component, and it has two required attributes. The first one is the name. You need to give your aura method a name, and you will use this name to call this method from the parent. And the second required attribute is the action. Now here you will need to define the client-side controller method that you want to call. When this aura method is being called, like Apex methods, this aura method can also take parameters or attributes. So you want to supply some data from the parent component to a child component. Then you can have attributes within your aura method. Let's go back to our Salesforce org and take a look at our current implementation. So here, once this board is disabled, if you want to keep playing or if you want to play a new game, we are not able to do so because this start new game doesn't regenerate this board. But we want to do that. So for that, we are going to use aura method. So inside our board component, I'm going to create an aura method in and name as start game, and this should be my do init method where I'm regenerating this board. So we are going to use the same method again. So let's call it. So whatever is happening at the time of component initialization, we are doing the same thing again at the time of clicking on the start new game button. Let's give it a description as start new game. We do not need any attributes inside our author or a method. So let's blank it out and that's it. Our child component's job is done. Now we need to call this method from our board panel component. So here inside our board panel component, we have our board component, which is this child component of this one. So here I will use my aura ID first so that I can uniquely identify, uh, let's call it board component, and let's open the controller file of this component now because we are going to call our aura method. So here this method is called when the user clicks on start new game button, and here what we do is we just simply set the selected mode. But now what I want to do, if the selected mode was already set before, then in that case I want to call my aura method, else getting up this attribute will do our job. Because when we set this attribute for the first time, this value gets passed to our board component and it gets initialized. And this do init method is called. But if value is already set, then nothing happens if you set it again. So I will get this value first. Now here I will check if the selected mode is not null. That means if the value is already set, then there's a short way of writing the syntax in JavaScript. You can completely remove is not equals to null from here, and you can simply leave the selected mode inside your if condition. So JavaScript will smartly check if the selected mode is null or not, and if it is not null, then the condition will evaluate to true. So in that case, I want to call my aura method. So first, I need to find my board component. So let's do that. And for that, I'm going to use my find method, because if you remember, if you have an aura ID, then you can find that component using the find method inside the controller file. And we need to call our aura method. It's very simple. You just need to use a board component. And then you need to use the method name, which is start game. So that's it. Now it should work. Let's go ahead and deploy our changes. Let's select a game mode. Now I won the game in the first attempt itself. Let's select a new game mode now. Click on start new game. It's working. Great. We are seeing our tiles again. But you notice our board is still disabled and our result is not blanked out. So we are still seeing our last game's result, and we are showing these moves left as well from the previous game. We need to take care of these things. When we start a new game, we need to reset this board and we need to reset the value of these attributes. So let's go to our board component, and inside our doInit method where we generate our board, we need to enable our board again if it is disabled, and we need to reset our moves left counter and need to reset our result as well. So I'll go to my helper file and I'm going to create a new method here. And I'm going to call this method as reset board. What this method will do, first, it's going to call my enable board method so that we enable our board again. And let me just remove the event and helper parameters from here. Second, it is going to reset the moves left counter. What I will do, I will component.set v.click count. I think so. The last thing is we need to blank out the result or reset the result. So component.set, let's blank it out. v.result. We need to call this reset board method from our doInit method here so that we can reset it every time. Make sure that you pass your component variable. And now let's deploy our changes. Let's select the same mode. Nothing is happening. What could be the reason? Something is wrong with the component. How to debug this error? Let's find it out. Go to dev sources, DevTools sources, close all the files here. Click on the pause icon on the right corner and click on pause on caught exceptions. Now click on start a new game. Here we have got an error inside our enable board component. It says component is undefined. So that was the reason. So let me go back. Maybe when we are calling our enable board method, we are not passing the component. Let's pass the component. That should work. That was pretty quick and easiest way to find the errors and exceptions inside the JavaScript. some error or not is giving accurate results. Let's refresh our page one more time. Hopefully this should work now. Now let's click on these tiles and we have lost the game. Now I want to start the game. So our game is almost ready, but I will show you an issue with the game. So let's click on the edit page. Now what I will do, I will go and add one more board panel component to my right hand side panel here. Now I will click on save, and then now here if you select any of the mode and click on the start new game, if you click on these tiles, the text is bigger than the block width and it looks very odd. So we need some way to always fit this text within the block. So for that we can use external JS library which is called fit text. And what this library does is it always makes sure that your text always fits in the container. So in order to use it, first you need to download this file. So you can click on this code button and download the zip. Extract the contents of this file. And now let's go to our Salesforce org and open the setup page. Search for static resource here, and here we need to create a new static resource. I'm going to name the static resource as fit text, and here we have to have an option to choose the static resource file. Let's go back to our download page and the file that we need to upload. This is the fittext.js. And then upload it. Click on save. We should be good. Now we need to use this JS library inside our block component so that our text always fits within the container. To use a custom JS library or custom CSS files, you need to use lightning required component. And what this component does is it takes the files from your static resource and then it makes them available to your Aura component. And this component also comes with an event which is after scripts loaded, and you can handle this event to do the post processing once your scripts are loaded. You can define as many scripts files as you want. For now, you just need to use the join method and you can keep on defining your JS files. But in our case, we need to use one JS file. Let's copy this tag and go back to a block component. Here it is, and let's paste that tag here. And what I want to load is resource.fitText, and that's it. I don't want to load any JS file. This should go under the scripts instead of styles. We do not have any styles here, so we can get rid of this extra text because this fit text itself a JS file, and that's what we need. Now we can handle this after script loaded event, and we can call our controller method which is scripts loaded. You can name it anything that you want, but for me it makes sense. So I will open my controller file and I will create another method. I will name this method as scripts loaded, and here I will do my post processing or the processing that I need once my script is loaded. So if you will go back to the GitHub, you will know that in order to make it work, we need to call this fit text function. We need to pass the container element, which is our board block element. So let's go back to our VS Code. Here we are going to call the fit text method, and here we need to pass this container div element. Now we are going to get this element by its class name, or you can have an Aura ID here and you can use the find method to uniquely identify this element. But in this video I'm going to show you another way to get your element using component.getElement method. I'm going to get to my div element, and for that I'm going to use my component.variable component variable dot get element, and here I can pass the class name of your element using the dot operator. This is something called CSS selector. You can read more about this on the web, but for now let's copy our class which is unique to this div element only, and this will make sure that we are selecting the correct element. And now with this fit text we can simply pass this div element, and this should make our text fit within this div element. So now let's deploy our changes. Hopefully it should work. I will reiterate, in order to just use third-party JS libraries, first you need to upload them as a static resource in our Salesforce org, and then we need to use the lightning colon required tag or component to load those resources and make them available to your component. Optionally, you can also handle the after script loaded event, and you can do some post-processing in your controller files. Select a game mode and then click on start new game. Awesome, if it's working, although our text is very small, but it fits within the container. So if you choose a different mode, then you will see the text is getting bigger. It all depends on the number of characters in the text. And in easy mode, we are seeing perfect font size so that it's correct. That's all in this video. I hope you can use the static resources in your component, but if you have any questions, you drop me your comment here. Now let's have a look at all the communication methodologies that we have learned inside the Aura framework. So going to have a look now, like we have like how you communicate between two different components. Here in our word shuffle game application, we have 4 different custom components. The first one is board panel component. The second one is a board component, which is a child of the board panel component. Third one is a block component, which is the child of board component and grind child of board panel component. We will have another custom component which we call game result component, where we will show all our previous games result. Now let's take a look at how we can communicate amongst these components. The first scenario could be how we can communicate from board panel component to the board component, and we already know the answer. So you can use either public attributes, or you can also use the Aura methods to some past data, or to communicate from your parent component to the child component. The second scenario could be communicating from the board component to the block component, and they also share the same relationship. The answer would be public attributes and the Aura method. The third scenario could be communicating from the block component to the board component, and we know we can use component event to talk to our parent component from the child components. And another scenario could be talking from the block component to your board panel component, and in this scenario as well you can use component or grandparent component. The component event will work in the same way, and the same thing will apply when we will communicate from the board component to the board panel component. Now our sixth scenario will make it interesting, how we can communicate from our board component to our game result component, or how we can communicate from our game result component to our board panel component. These components don't share any type of hierarchy, so we don't know the answer yet. But I'm going to tell you the answer now. We can have something called application event to talk between two different components who don't have share any type of hierarchy, or if they are completely separate, and this application event work on all the previous scenarios as well. So this means you can use application event to communicate between any type of components. Doesn't matter if they are in the same hierarchy or not, but it doesn't mean that you should use application event everywhere. You should only use it when it is absolutely necessary, because having too many application events will slow down your application, and it will have its own repercussions. That means if multiple components on the same page are listening for the same application event, you cannot control which component should ignore this application event and which one should handle it. So the best practice would be always to use public attributes, component event, and Aura methods, where you need to create a communication channel. But if all these three cannot help you, or if you have two separate components, then you should go for application events. Now let's learn more about application events. An application event can be handled by any Aura component irrespective of their component hierarchy. The only condition here is these components should be on the same page. So this means if a component is firing the application event from the home page and you have another component on a record page, then that component cannot listen for the events being fired from the home page. It can only be handled within the home page itself. So there is only one condition that application event has, and it's super helpful when you are working with single page applications. Now let's see how you can fire an application event. It's pretty simple. Instead of getting the event from a component variable, this time you will be getting your event using $a variable, which is the Aura framework itself, because these application events, they are not tied to the particular component. They are part of the framework itself. Once you get an event, you can set the parameters and you can use your fire method to fire the event. Now in order to handle it, we are going to use our same old handler, and that means you need to use Aura handler component here as well. You need to define your event name and then the action attribute where you will supply your controller method name. So let's go back to our Salesforce org and you'll see how we can use an application event here. So first of all, we do not have any result component here. Once we will add that result component, then we can make our result component to auto refresh as soon as we complete a game here. So let's use our best use case to use in our game. But along with that, I'll show you one more use case here where we can use our component event as well, or application event as well. We need to disable this reshuffle button when we load this page. And once you finish a game, we need to enable it again, once again. And this reshuffle button is inside the board panel component, but this game finishes within the board component. So we need to some communication channel between our board component and the board panel component. And as we know, we can use component event here. I'm going to use application event because the same event will be helpful for us to show. So now let's open our command palette and create an Aura event. We are going to name it result application. Uh, let's put the desired name here and let's type be an application itself. And we're going to have an attribute within this event. Let's name our attribute as a result, and this should be of type string. So that will be it. Our next work would be to fire this event from our board component. Here in our board component, once we finish a game, that means we are here, like where we declare either a user has won or if he has lost. We need to fire an event from here. So what I will do, I will create a new function inside my helper file. And in this function, I'm going to fire the application event. Let's name this function as fire result event. First, we need to get our event. I'm going to have a constant variable. Let's name it as app event. We should get it from $a, and then we need to use our get method. Now we need to give our fully qualified event name with proper syntax, which is like e dot. Here e defines the event. Now in your namespace, which is C, in case you are working with a managed package, then you need to give namespace here instead of C. And then the last part would be your event name, which is the result application event. We are going to set our parameter, which should be, I guess, result, and we are going to set our parameter to pass this inside our JSON object. So let's paste the result here, and the result value we will get from our controller method. So here I will get the result value, and we are going to pass that result value inside our result attribute, which is this one. And once we have our parameters supplied, next thing would be to fire this event. Now we need to call this method from our controller file. So we are going to call it from here helper dot fire result event. This is going to accept our component variable. Remember, we are accepting component variable which we do not actually, because we are not using it anywhere. So we can remove it. So we can remove it and directly accept our result value. So we can supply win here. Now let's copy the same line, paste it again. And this time we need to supply we lose. That's it. Now we are firing an application event whenever a user either wins or loses. Our next job would be to handle this event inside our board panel component. So we need to have an handler here. Let's do that. Inside this handler, we need to have an event attribute. This should accept the fully qualified event name, which is C colon result application event. And this should accept the fully qualified event. And then it should have an action attribute. Let's name it as uh, on result. And now we need to create this method inside our JS file or the controller file on result, and we are going to get our result attributes value. Let's get that. Remember, we need to use our get parameter method to get the parameter. And here, if the result is win, then we are going to do something here, else we are going to do something else. Now what I want to do is, first I will disable my reshuffle button by default, which is this one. So let's disable it. Actually, for that we need to have one more attribute so that we can store if this button is disabled or not. So let's name this attribute as reshuffle disabled. It should be of type boolean, and let's give it default value as true, because by default we want to disable our reshuffle button. And now we are going to use the value of this attribute here. So that's it. If the user wins, then we want to disable our button again. So it will be like component dot set. We just need to set our reshuffle disabled attributes value, and we are going to set it to true if the user wins, but if he loses, then we are going to set it to false so that the user keep on playing. And I think we are good now. We can deploy our code. Make sure you deploy everything together. So right click on the default folder and click on release deploy source to org. If you notice, our reshuffle button is disabled by default, and if you start a game and you keep on and if you start a game and click on this else, if you win, then it will remain disabled. But if you lose, may this time it will lose, then it will be enabled. And now you can click on this reshuffle button and rearrange your tiles. We need to write that logic. So let's quickly do that. So what we need to do, we'll create another aura method inside our child component, which is the board, which is the and so and on click of this reshuffle button, we are going to call it aura method. Let's create another aura method and let's name it as a reshuffle board, and let's name our action as reshuffle board. We can remove the attribute as we don't need it, and that's it. Now let's define this reshuffle board method inside our controller file. I hope you get the gist here what you wanted to start a new game after clicking on this start new using this aura method. Now if you want to reshuffle our board, then again we need to reuse another method and communicating from parent to communicate from parent component. This will be a simple definition. We will simply randomize our existing words. We do not need to generate a new board. So let's get our words first. So we'll use a constant words, and we're going to use a variable v dot words. Now we will randomize these words. Um, and to do that, we already have a method inside our helper file, which is called randomize array. So we will use that helper randomize array inside the and we'll pass we'll call it from multiple places, and now we need to set these randomized words back again inside our words. Now we are going to do a component set word, and in the end we are going to reset our game because we want to reset our moves left counter. We also want to reset our result as well. So we are going to call our helper method, which is we have called reset board. I think we are good now. We need to call this method from our board panel parent component. So for that we have already have an aura ID for our board component, and we need to call it on the click of our reshuffle button. So this should be the method. I think we already have it defined here. Let's remove it. Let's copy this code and to find our board component, and now it will be like board component dot our aura method name is reshuffle board. So and that's it. Now let's deploy the code. Hopefully this should work. And to deploy everything, make sure to deploy everything. Once you lose, the reshuffle button is enabled. Let's click on it. Nothing is happening. So I think we have some error in our code. Let's open our DevTools. Remember, we need to use our debug mode. So click on this pause on caught exceptions, and let's click on this reshuffle button now. Here it says that we did not pass the array to our randomize array function. Let's check that. And okay, and that's because we're not getting these words. We are setting it here. So this method should we will have our words inside this variable, and this should work. Let's click on this reshuffle button now, and it's working. The only change that we need to make is as soon as we click on this reshuffle button, we again need to disable it. This should be pretty straightforward. Here we will disable this again. V dot. That's it. Now we will make only last change in the code. We have been using very plain text inside these styles. We're not setting open attribute to our block component. But if you remember, our block component can accept this open attribute as well as from the parent component. When we are calling it from our board component, we are never passing this open attributes value. So what I will do now, I will change this word array to an array of objects. This will help to freshly regenerate the board, because if you do not have these open attribute along the word, then you cannot indicate if this word was open before or not. So this is not as complicated as it sounds. I will show you how you can change your strings array to an object array. And when we randomize our array, I will iterate over this all these words, and I will simply add one more property which says open equals false property. So it will be like words array dot map. This is map is a JavaScript functions which iterates over all the array elements and returns back the new array. That's exactly what we want. We want to iterate over all the array elements, and within this function we want to change this element with an object. So what I will do, I will return an object back to my caller. So it will be like word would be this element itself because this was a string array. And the second property would be open, which will be false by default, and we will store the output in a new array which I will call word object array, and we will use this word object array here as well. Now if you do not know what I'm doing here, again I highly recommend you guys to read the JavaScript docs because the map is a standard JavaScript function. Since our array is an object array, we need to make some changes to our existing methods, which is first one is get this win word. Instead of returning this in array index, what do we want to do here is first we will get an item from this array index, and now this won't be a string, this will be an object. And from this object, we want to return this property, which is word. So we need to add that using our dot operator. And the last part would be to pass this open attribute to our block component. So here we are now iterating over an array of objects. So this word would be an object. In order to pass the label, you need to pass the word dot word, or you can change it maybe word dot object, word object, and the sounds better, I think. And from this word object, you are passing the word property, and we will pass our open property as well, which is this one. This should be like word object dot open. So I think this should work. Let's redeploy our changes. I think this is the longest part because I have to explain a lot. This works pretty well. Let's keep on playing until the time we win. So now we win and it's working fine. Let's generate a new board. So it's working now. We are almost about to complete our Aura framework's basic fundamental, and the one thing that remains, is we are almost about to complete our Aura framework's basic fundamental, and one thing that remains uh, is how we can call an apex method from the Aura components. So there are many ways to do our server-side processing using Aura component framework. Some of the ways that come out of the box where you do not have to write any kind of Apex code and everything can be handled in your Aura component itself, like Lightning Data Service that allows you to do server-side processing on a single record. You can use record forms in Lightning to generate your UI forms and do your server-side processing. But since in this video we are mainly focusing on Apex component, we will learn how to call an Apex method from the Aura component framework. So first thing you need to do is declare a controller inside your Aura component. Now I have an Apex class method as board controller, and now I need to associate this board controller Apex class with my Aura component. So for that I need to use this controller attribute in my Aura component tag, which is the very first tag of any Aura component. Once you do this, then you need to make sure that you annotate your Apex methods using Aura enabled annotation. So this annotation makes this Aura method available for our Aura components. And if you do not have this annotation, then you will not be able to call this method from your Aura component. So that's our step 2. Now in our step 3, we will just need to use call our Apex method from any of our JavaScript file. It can be our controller file, it can be our helper file, or it can be our render file as well. As part of the syntax, first we need to define an action, which we call an Apex call action. Here you need to give Apex method name, which is the add result. And before that, you need to give the namespace. In our case, the namespace is C, but if you're working on a managed package, then you need to give your managed package namespace. After this, you can define your parameters. So if your Apex method accepts any kind of parameters, you need to supply those from here. Then you need to define a callback. A callback is something that gets executed once you get a response from your Apex method. So if you want to do some kind of post-processing in your Aura component, then you need to do that here. For example, once we start loading our game result, we will wait for our Apex method's response. And as soon as we get our response, we need to refresh our data table and we need to show our result back to the user. So these kind of operations you need to do in the callback method. And the last step would be to call the Apex method. And for that, again, we are going to use our $A, which represents the Aura framework itself. And then the enqueue action method. Now let's go back to our Salesforce organ first, and we need to create an object where we will store our game result. Open our setup page, go to object manager, we'll create a new object, custom object. We are going to store our game result in this object. I'm going to name it as word shuffle. Copy this and paste here. We're going to have it in auto number as our record name, and let's change the label to give number and the display format to game 000. And let's click on save. Now go to fields, and then we are going to create two custom fields in this object. First one is to store the game mode. This should be of type string or text. Let's name it as mode, and the length should be 10. Let's leave all the options as it is. Let's create another field. This one is to store the game result. Again, this will be a text field. Let's label it as result, and the length should be 10. And that's it. So we have created our custom object, two custom fields. So here in this object, we are going to store our game number, which will be auto incremented. So we will have this as auto number, and then we are going to store the mode, the result, and the created date, which is a standard field that comes with any custom object. Now, if you want to get these objects metadata in your SFDX project as well, you can open the VS Code, and here you can click on the org browser and the seventh option in the left panel, and we need to check for custom objects, although this step is not necessary. I just want to show you guys how you can get the metadata from your Salesforce org to your VS Code. Here, once you open this org browser, you will see all the metadata types. And what we are interested in this custom object. Now we need to check for our word shuffle custom object, which should be the last one. Then you can click on this cloud download icon, and this is going to download the metadata of our word shuffle custom object. Looks like the download is complete, and you can check it by going to the Explorer. And we need to expand the objects folder here. And you see now we have word shuffle custom object here, and we have all the fields as well. In the next, we're going to create an Apex method where we're going to call that Apex method. Okay, so now we need to create new Apex class and new Apex methods to store our game's result. So um, what we can do is in order to create a new Apex class, you can open the command palette and here in type Apex and select the option which says create Apex class. We are going to name our class as board panel controller. Um, and in this class, we are going to create new Apex method that we are going to call from our Aura component. The first thing we need to do annotate with Aura enabled annotation, which makes our Apex method accessible, uh, available to our Aura component, and then we will proceed with the method signature. So these methods can be either public or global, cannot be private, and these methods must be static. And we need to define a return type. In our case, it will be a string and the method name. So let's name it add result. This method is going to accept the game result. I'm going to have a string parameter which I will call result, and this is also going to accept the game mode. So another string parameter, and I will name it as mode. Now we simply need to insert a new record inside our game result or word shuffle object. So for that, we just have to go to, it's very pretty straightforward. You copy this API name, okay, and we're going to create a new variable of this object. Let's call it game result, and we are going to use our new keyword because Apex is the main thing we are learning here, right? So don't forget it. Um, we need to define a value inside our result custom field result underscore C. Let's copy the field name, and the results will be equal to this result that we'll get from our Aura component. And then we need to give the mode as well. Copy the API name. This should be and it equals to mode. And then we insert this record using our insert DML statement. That's it. Now we can return the success here. This is not mandatory, but something that I always prefer instead of having a void return. So our Apex method is ready. Now next step would be to call it from our board panel component. In order to do that, we have to define the controller here, and the controller should be equal to the class name, which is the board panel controller. And attribute of type Apex class, which your Aura component, and now your Aura component can have access to all the Aura enabled methods in this class. Now the next step would be to call this method. So let's open the controller file. In this controller file, this method executes whenever a user wins or loses. This will be our primary method to actually call our Apex method. So I'm going to open my helper file and I'm going to create a new function here. I'm going to name it as add result record. And this function will accept a component and a result value, which will be the game result. Let's name it as game result. Now here we need to create Apex method call action. Let's get that. Let's name it as action itself, and we need to use our component variable and get method. This time we are not having a v dot here because we use v dot to get the attribute value. But now we want to get the Apex method. So instead we are going to use c dot our method name, which is this one, add result. Then need to set our parameters. It will be like action dot set parameters. The value of this result will be equal to the game result, and the second parameter is mode. We need to get this attribute from this attribute. I believe this one because this attribute shows the selected mode, so we can get it using component dot get v dot selected mode, and this will pass inside our mode parameter. What I will do, I will copy this line and I will store my mode here, and I will convert this mode value to uppercase, which is simple JavaScript to uppercase to convert a string in uppercase letters. Let's name it as mode value, and then we need to define a callback. This callback will be called once we get a response from our Apex method. This response is going to store the response from our Apex method. Now within this callback, first we need to get the state of our method call. So we need to make sure if this method call was successful or not, or failed. If you have got any error from server, so for that we need to use our response variable, which is this one, and then get the state method. This method is going to return either success or error. So we will check if the state is not equals to success. That means if there is some error, then we need to show that inside our console log. And I'll simply say error in saving a record, and the last step would be to actually call this method. Let's name it as call apex method. We need to use our enqueue action method, and then we will pass this action here. Now we must be wondering, why do we call this apex method later, but we define the callback first? That's because this is asynchronous process. So once you make apex call, this callback will only be called when we got the response from the server. So yeah, so once you make this call will be called when we got this response from the server. And if you call this method without defining a callback, then your method will never know what it has to do once we get the response from server. So that's the reason you need to define the callback first, and then you call your method. Now we will call this method from our controller file. So here let's call our method first. We need to pass our component first to a component variable, and then we need to pass the result value. Actually, we can call it from outside here, because irrespective of if the user wins or loses, we always have to call this method. So I hope this works. Let's deploy the code. Let's open the dev console. We'll try to see the results of our game. I'm going to open my word shuffle object. I'm going to build a new query. Let's click on execute. So far we do not have any record in this object. So let's play a new game. Let's start. Okay, so we have lost, and hopefully we should have a new record inside our word shuffle game. Let's click on the refresh grid and we see a new record. Let's keep on playing this game, maybe like let's reshuffle this. And now we have won. We should have one more record if we say that we have won this game. I just want to make a quick change. What I want to do, I want this result to be capitalized. So let's go back to our VS Code. And similar to how we are changing our mode to uppercase, I will do the same thing with the game result. And let's convert this to uppercase. That's it. We call an apex. We call method from an Aura. So let's create a new Aura component which we are going to call it a game result. In this component, we are going to use the out of the box lightning data table component. So let's view the document of that. In our component library, search for data table, and under this Aura section, click on this lightning data table, and this is something that we want to show our game results to the user. So let's scroll down, and this is the component that we want to use. Let's try to understand what is going on in this component. This component has two attributes. One is to store the data, the other one is to store the columns. So this column attribute defines this columns, like the way we are seeing here. These top columns, and the attribute defines these rows, like what kind of data should go inside these columns. Apart from that, this has an out-of-the-box Lightning data table component where we are passing these columns and data values. Now it has an init handler. Now in this init method, they are building their columns because it is always guaranteed that this init method will be called and we will always have our column data there. And then within this init method itself, they are getting their data. And that's what we will do. Let's copy it everything from here. Let's paste it here. I'm going to remove this mock library because we are not going to use it here. Let's name our action to do in it, and then I'm going to have a new lightning card. I'm going to name it as your results, and within this lightning card I'm going to have my lightning data table. So let's copy this one from here. Maybe I have a div tag, and I'm going to have an out of the box SLDS class to give a nice padding around my lightning table. And let's use a var-p here that defines the padding, and I'm going to use around medium, and then we can copy our lightning data table. Let's remove everything else. Let's make sure that we are closing our Aura component. This is how our Aura component looks like, where we have data, we have columns, and we are using the lightning data table as well. Now let's define our doInit method. Let's go on to the controller file. Here in this doInit method, first we are going to construct the columns. So I'm going to have a new variable here. Let's name it as columns, and this will be an array of objects. And we are going to follow the similar syntax. If you want to read more about this data table and how these columns are generated, then you can go inside the documentation where they clearly mention each and everything about these columns properties. Like what does this last mean? What is this field name? If you also, I will also explain it to you how it. For now, let's copy this data from here and at least one single column. So this will be the first item of our columns array. Here I want to give this column name as game. The label defines the text that will appear on the top. Then the field name defines the actual API name of the field. Your number will come from the game result object's name field. So a number is stored in this name field, so we need to copy the API name. And the type of this field is text, so we'll leave it as it is. Now we're going to copy this 3 more times. In the second column, we're going to show the game mode. The field name should be, I think, mode dash dash C, and the type should be text. Then I'm going to store one more column here. Let's name it as played on. This should be created date, which is standard field, and the type should be date. And the last one should be result. And this should be result underscore underscore C, and the type should be a text. Columns inside our column attribute. That's it. Then now the next step would be to create an apex method to retrieve our previous game's result. And in that apex method, within that apex method, we are going to use our SQL query to fetch all the records from this word shuffle object. So let's create an apex class. Let's name it as game result controller. Let's create a new Aura enabled method here. And this method is going to return a list of word shuffle object records. And let's name our method as game get results. Here, first we are going to get the current user's ID because we do not want to show all the previous game's result to every user. We only want to show the result of that particular user who is viewing it. So here we can simply get the current user's user ID using the user info class. Here we can, which is a standard class in each and every Salesforce org, and also it has a method which is called get user ID, and this method is going to give me uh, the the current user's user ID. And then we are going to build a SQL query. So it will be like a list of word shuffle, and then let's name it as results, and then we are going to write our SQL query. So we are getting to ID, name, from our whatever object where we created ID is equal to the user, so that it will only fetch the particular user's record, and we are going to order it by the created date in descending order, so that we will show the most recent result on the top. And now we can simply return these results. Awesome. Now we will do the same thing that we have done in our previous video as well, where we are going to define a controller attribute, and let's associate this component with the game result controller. And let's make our component available for our app builder pages. Let's also make our component implement this interface. Next step would be to call this apex method. We are going to do that from our helper file. I'm going to name this method as fetch result. This is going to accept a component variable, and here we are going to fetch our results from the apex method. So first we need to get our action, which should be this one. Then we need to set the parameters, but this method doesn't accept any parameters, so we'll delete this line. After that, we'll need to set the callback function here, and here if the callback is success, then we are going to get the return value using this get return. So here we will get all our previous results array that we are returning from this apex method. So this list will be available to us here on this line. So now all that is left is to set this result inside our data attribute, which is this one. So let's set our attribute value. Awesome. Let's call this function from our controller file here. Once we set our columns, now we also want to get the previous results. Now let's deploy everything to our Salesforce org, and hopefully this should work. If you feel that. This is primarily designed for Apex. In the future, we'll get some more time. We'll add some modules in this Aura development framework section. But for now, I have given you the fundamentals of Aura framework, and you should be able to create your own custom components and deploy those. Now let's open the edit page. We are going to add our game result component here. Simply drag and drop your game result component. I think we got an error. We can solve it with what we see it on our home page. I know the reason why it's not working, and that's because inside this fetch result function, we're not passing this component variable, which we need to. Awesome. Now let's seems our code is working and we see our game results. Let's play one more game. We have one, but our result is not refreshing. So for that, we need to handle our application event that can indicate when we have played together another game and reload these results from the server. We already have an application event defined. We just need to handle that event inside our game result component as well, because right now what it is doing, it is loading these results in the init method, which is only called at the time of component initialization. So once you get this result for the first time, there is no way for this component to know that you have played another game, and it has to load back these results one more time. So let's go back to our VS Code, and we are going to handle our application event. I think we were handling that inside the board panel component. I'm going to copy the same line. I'm going to handle this event inside my game result component as well. And I'm going to define this method. In this method, I'll simply call my fetch result function again, so that I will make another server side call and fetch the latest results from the Apex method. And this should give me the new result as well. Deploy this code, and hopefully we'll see the results every time and we play a new let's play a new game. Okay, so we have lost this game. If you notice, and so our virtual game is complete and we'll have all our components ready. The last minor thing that I want to show is a show toast notification when the user has either lost the game or he wins the game. So let's go to our component library and search for show toast. Now I hope by now you know the importance of this component library, because everything that we are doing so far, we are taking the reference from here only. So we are simply copy pasting the code from here and developing our own components. So make sure you bookmark this and you make the reference from here and you read this documentation and the specification tab for the components that you are using. So here it says that we have a show toast event that we can use to show the toast notification to the user. So what I will do, I will copy this code and I will get back to my board panel component, because this is where I know if a user has won the game or not. So let's go to the controller file, and this is the method that tells us whether a user has won or not. So what I will do, I will create a new method inside my helper file, and I'll simply paste the thing that I copied from a component library. Um, and here is the toast notification, which accepts the title and the message property. And we can also define a type here, and the type can be of, I guess, error, warning, success, and info. You can check the specific check the specification. We have error, warning, success, and either we can show our toast notification in this way. But since we want to make our method as a reusable method, I want to accept these values from the controller file. But I'm going to remove these parameters here, but I'm going to accept a file title value and then a message value and then a type value. I'm going to pass these values to these parameters here. In this way, we will dynamically generate a new toast notification in case of the user loses. If we are going to generate an error toast notification, but if user wins, then we are going to generate a success toast notification. So let's copy this method and we are going to call it from our own result handler method, helper.showToast. Now we need to supply here. There should be your win. The title should be you win, and the message can be, let's name it as hooray, and the type will be of success. Let's copy this and paste again. This time we'll say you lose, and I'm going to reshuffle the board. And I'm going to reshuffle the board to keep playing, and the last thing would be to show the error. Now let's deploy our changes, and let's select a game, click on the start new game. So you see, once we have won the game, then we see the success toast notification in our game result and shows us the latest result. If we play another game, I think we are in luck. We keep winning these games. Won the game maybe this time. Um, and we have lost, so here it says you lost, reshuffle the game board to keep playing. So that's it. Our word shuffle game is complete, and that brings us to the end of this long video. Thank you.